Hello, everyone. How's it going? Sorry I couldn't be here yesterday. I had to work overtime, as you may have expected. But yeah, here today. Also, I have an announcement. I've been putting this off, but yeah, I'm going on a family vacation next week, so I'm gonna be gone for a month. I'll still be around on Discord, Twitter, but I won't be streaming, and my laptop isn't good enough to stream anything. I don't have a gaming laptop, so I can't exactly stream while I'm away. So may as well stream as much as I can today. Yeah, it's been a few years, so going to visit some family overseas.
These bombs, so heavy.
Oh right, I haven't done my dailies yet. Okay, let's see. Which one is this? But yeah, how have you been, Michael? Hopefully not quite as overworked as me. Is that Haley Trail chasing a thing? Slept most of yesterday? At least you got some rest. Which is good, you know? We all need rest. Is it still after me? No? Okay. Oh, the weasel thing. Which way was it? Ah. Due east. God damn it. My headphones. Nope. Can't hear anything. God damn it. Why headphones? Why must you fail me? At a crucial time such as this. Someone wants to fight me! Oh, Jesus.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Bitch?
Dumpy dumpy go.
Be gone! Alright. Come on, headphones, work with me. No, I think it's actually the headphone jack itself that's, like, not working right.
City wall, grounded be thy woe. Explosions can hurt people. Gin can be dreadful. Mondstadt be born,
Oh,
we be doomed.
oh, there we go.
Those are the survival rules that the Knights of Favonius gave me.
Yeah, I think it's the headphone jack itself that's kind of messed up. I do have, like, Bluetooth earbuds and headphones, but... Oh. Alright. Where are you going? This way? That one? This one. Alright. Okay, here. That far one, this far one. It doesn't help that the tunneling is the same color as the sand. Alright, that was 2. Here's number 3.
You are not welcome here.
Busted.
Pulverize!
Come on. Come on. One more. There we go.
Come on, you
Boing, boing, boom!
Behold, the destroyer of worlds.
this.
Jumpy Dumpty go!
Now you test my patience. We'll meet again.
Gotta love those crits. Also, Zhanling needs some healing.
Rest and rebuild!
There we go. All healed up. One left. Here we go. Ah, this one. Do you see that? Hang on. Is that sword curved, or is the tip literally being bent over the edge? I think it just might be curved, but from this angle, it looks like that the tip of this sword is kind of bent over the edge of the anvil. Like, from a certain angle, it looks like it's bent over the edge, but yes, it is just a curved sword. I don't know, from, like, the angle I was looking at it.
Am I trying too hard? Things can't go on like this.
Sharp edges, concave in the middle. Reshape the gears afterward, blah blah blah. Just tell him Add enough fuels to really heat up the fire. Okay. Hammer it from the inside out. Yeah, okay, how should I process this? Add more fuel. Hammer it in the middle, work your way out to the edges. Inside out. Oh, looks like he's back where he is. Alright, grab the daily reward. Then we can go finish this event.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward. Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Alright, to the task at hand. Where? Like inside the academia? And I've still yet to finish to catch up with all the little mini games. Hey Angelic, how's it going? You live? Or at least you think so. Anyways, hi. Yeah, finishing up the new event thing.
Are you sure you found the correct semantic field for this?
Ah, you're here. Sorry, I was just about to send someone to inform you. I only just finished interrogating the suspects.
What did you find out?
Well, lots of unexpected details, let's put it that way. The mercs themselves were surprisingly easy to catch. We just had someone dress up as Sachin and they took the bait. But then it starts to get messy. During the interrogation, we learned that they were hired by Sachin's own child.
Say what now?
What? Why would someone want to kidnap their own father? What's up with that?
It's anybody's guess at this point. In any event, apparently the guys we caught are just the tip of the iceberg. Most of them are still snooping around outside the city.
Okay.
We're diverting manpower as we speak to try and round them all up. Would you like to come along?
Sure, let's go get to the bottom of all this.
The plot thickens. Oh? Absolutely awful? What happened? Yeah, did you catch an illness? Was it the COVID? I'm feeling okay. A bit tired from work yesterday, but probably not as bad as you. Did you catch the plague or something?
Are you sure this is the right place? Something feels off.
I'm positive. But I don't understand why they're all unconscious on the ground.
Oh. Just mentally not doing great, don't really have the energy for much. Yeah, happens to everyone. Get some rest, relax. You know? Just chill. I don't know. I'm spitballing ideas here. I'm not an expert. For me, it's just kind of, it is what it is. And remember to hydrate. What do we find?
Boss, we got more company.
Look, we were just doing what we were paid to do. You're punishing the wrong people here. You want the real culprit? It's this guy. He hired us to kidnap Sachin.
This guy? Who is he?
What happened? Who beat you all up?
Who did?
Wait, you mean you aren't with them?
With who? Who did this?
First there was this flying brat. Didn't bother asking any questions, just started throwing punches. After that, some guy wearing green came along and interrogated us for a bit.
Wait. Flying Brat. That had to have been Wanderer. Hat Guy. It was Hat Guy. Because he can fly. Just started throwing punches. That's something Hat Guy would do. Guy wearing green. Is he talking about Tainari?
I've got the confirmation I needed. This is the one who masterminded this whole plot. Giovanni, Sachin's son.
Okay, so he is.
If you have any questions for him, now's your chance to ask them. When you're done, I'm arresting them all and taking them back to the Academia for further interrogation.
So why did you hire people to kidnap Sachin?
Venti and Hat Guy did a team up. Oh, that's right. Venti is also green. But I was thinking like fucking Tainari, because he wears green on his thing, right?
What do you think? 20 years ago, he upped and left to go and live a carefree life, not giving a second thought for my welfare. As if that's not bad enough already, he went and put his entire fortune in the care of the Academia, along with a contract saying that one day he'd pass it all on to a genius he admired. That's my inheritance, by rights. You expect me to sit back and watch it go to someone else? If he won't give me what's mine, I'll just have to take it from him.
Are you seriously planning to...
Of course! Didn't he say he would be here somewhere, watching the championship from the shadows?
Venti better than Hat Guy, not starting a war. Venti is just your fave.
So, I figured I'd get some people to nab him. Then I make him change the contract. And if the Academia doesn't agree to hand over the goods, I make him publicly announce that I'm his chosen genius.
Well, say what you will about Venti, he's still a drunk bastard. Did you find him?
No. The old fart knows how to stay hidden. I'll give him that. He's probably cooped up somewhere watching all this go on and laughing to himself. I already thought he'd gone mad 20 years ago. And who knows what a madman's truly capable of.
What do you know about the Diadem of Knowledge?
Diadem of Knowledge? You mean that thing he donated to the Academia? Well, I can tell you that it's very expensive. He sold a lot of assets to purchase it back in the day. Weird things started happening after he brought it home, too. For example, sometimes we'd hear a high-pitched voice coming from the storage room.
The thing is haunted.
Also, before donating it to the Academia, He once shut himself in that same storeroom and researched it non-stop for days.
He's your comfort character / current hyperfixation. Venti.
Something was already seriously wrong with him by that point. Nothing he did shocked me.
What do you mean, something wrong with him?
I only have a vague memory of it, since I was very young at the time. But I have the impression that he went out into the desert for research and didn't return for many years. When he finally did return, he was a changed person. He would mumble incomprehensibly and write essays day and night. I asked if I could see what he'd written, but he chased me out of the room. Later, he went out somewhere and took his written essays with him. When he got back, he signed his contract with the academia. Part of me wonders whether he'd already stopped being my father by that point. Perhaps the man we called Sachin was a demon from the desert who was wearing his skin.
Jeez.
Okay, you can stop now. You're creeping Paimon out.
You can believe me or not. Doesn't matter to me. I told you all I know. But if you do see Sachin, tell him this for me. Whatever it is that he's researching out there, he'll always be garbage in my eyes.
You finished? In that case, come with us. Well, we finally caught the guy behind all this. Thanks for providing us with the critical information. Do you still have any lingering concerns?
The Diadem of Knowledge.
Yeah, Al-Haytham's notes do mention that item.
Scribe Al-Haytham looked into this matter. Understood. Well, if you believe there to be an issue with the diadem, I'd suggest contacting the organizers and getting them to pause the competitions while we investigate.
I see.
That makes sense. Okay then, let's get back to the venue. We need to tell Karina what's going on.
Alright, all the way back. What? Oh.
Karina!
You're finally back.
Yeah.
Where have you been? I looked everywhere for you. The third round's already started.
We were out capturing some bad guys who wanted to kidnap Sachin.
Your ADAD has just decided that Venti is the sole reason I'm still alive. Who am I to argue? Yes, the drunk femboy.
But that's not important right now. We think there might be something wrong with the Diadem of Knowledge, and we'd like to investigate it.
The diadem? That seems unlikely. The Diadem of Knowledge has been used in every extravaganza over the last 2 decades, always without incident. Why has this come up now?
Some new information has come to light.
This is pretty serious. Let me think. Okay, here's the situation. The diadem is currently in Mount Ima Forest. We moved it there before the third round began.
The same for you, except it's Ganyu.
In the third round, contestants have to go into Mount Ima Forest, find the diadem, bring it back, and place it on the stand. The first person to do this gets 4 points. Considering how close the scores are between our contestants, whoever wins this round is very likely to be the winner of the whole competition. As such, I suspect competition to be very fierce. You might not make it in time.
We have to give it a shot.
I'll mark the diadem's location for you. Please head there immediately. Let's hope nothing happens.
All right, let's go.
Onwards.
That's weird. The locator stopped working. Is the forest interfering with it? Ugh. Let's just go grab the diadem.
Oh, god damn it. No, Klee, I'm sorry. I didn't see this ledge until it was too late. Here, have some rice. Should be right below me. Here?
Uh-oh. This place looks empty. Did someone already take it? Well, we might as well head back and see if anyone's turned it in.
Alright. I feel like I need to specify that I am very much lesbian. Oh! 90% sure. Literally one of the things. Ah. Don't like Matisse is literally one of the things that make me happy. Okay, okay. I didn't know.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Return to the finish line, huh? Alright, just how much are we missing out on? You have the longest legs here, Yolan. Oh, cutscene?
Oh, looks like Layla has seized the diadem. But getting to the goal won't be easy.
That guy enters the fray.
Arizon's device has gone haywire.
The competition is heating up. Oh. And here's Kaveh bringing up the rear.
It's Kaveh's toolbox! Throwing the diadem to its owner.
Yes, that's right. Put the diadem in place, and you shall gain all you desire.
Who are you? I need you to get out of my head!
I am confident that you will not disappoint me.
What just happened to me?
Something's wrong. someone to inherit my estate, and with it, my research.
The feck is going on? Also, you love Candace's voice? Yeah, she has a nice voice.
Come, Kaveh. Come to me, my child.
The feck is happening?
How do you know my name? Who are you?
Can anyone else see this, or is he only seeing this? Because Alhaitham and Nilu are standing, like, opposite him.
I am Sachin.
Right there.
Well, to be precise, I am but a fragment of Sachin's mind. Fate is a curious thing. Seeing you reminds me of another I once met. But you are made of sterner stuff than he. More cognizant of the trials and tribulations of this world. It is you who are worthy to inherit all that I once owned. We meet for the first time, children. But what I mean to say now is of utmost importance. So please, pay attention and bear witness. You have all performed outstandingly in this Interdashon Championship. The Academia has many rare talents among its ranks, and you are the creme of the creme.
Can everyone see this?
But if I were to choose a successor, I would choose you, Kaveh. Not only because you were victorious, but also due to our similarities in character.
Me? Similar to you?
How?
Why, yes. Both of us have the misfortune to be idealists, and that is the source of our misery. 28 years ago, I came to the desert and lived there for 8 full years. What do you think I saw there? Alas, endless strife and slaughter. Conflict over water sources, robbing of merchant caravans, exploitation of the people relentlessly, day after day. Beyond the wall of Samiel lay a completely different world from
I
the
think
one
they
I
all
knew.
see him. I think they all see him.
The things I witnessed there tormented me greatly. I wished desperately to find a way to save them.
So, did you find a way?
As a Vahumana scholar, I tried to use Vahumana knowledge to find the answer. I researched history and anthropology, performed countless experiments on human nature, and even sought out the scholars living deep in the desert who called themselves the Lost Darshan.
Lost Darshan? Hang on.
But in the end, I found that the answer I sought simply did not exist. It was not possible to simply assign blame for these transgressions to any one party, for the sins are carved into humanity's very nature. Our nature begets conflict, and conflict begets destruction. This is the inexorable truth.
At the very least, I think Lumine can see this guy.
The aim of my research was to draw lessons from history. But what I discovered was that history offers no such guidance. Things can only ever go from bad to worse.
I think they all see him.
After this realization, I could no longer see the meaning in anything that I had ever learned. Consumed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness, I could no longer bear to face life. And so, I decided to bring my life to an end.
He killed himself? What?
But before I went through with it, a strange twist of fate led me to come into the possession of this diadem, which has the ability to preserve part of one's consciousness. Into it, I placed my experiences before requesting that the Academia manage my estate.
As I thought, the contract you signed with the Academia was in essence your will.
Yep, they all see him. They all see him.
But if you'd given up hope on this world, why did you feel the need to do this?
I mentioned that I had performed a great many experiments concerning human nature. You may regard this as the very last experiment of them all. The Academia has no shortage of genius talents, nurturing the brightest minds of every generation. And so, with a handsome reward to draw out the worthiest of individuals, my hope was that one day I would find one who could untangle the mystery of human nature once and for all, and help to move the world onto a better path.
I see. So you desired a successor who was not only a genius, but who also understood the suffering of ordinary people. Such a person would have a clearer understanding of humanity, society, and the world.
Huh?
But did you ever consider that wealth numbs the human heart to the pain in the world? Even an idealist may be incapable of following through on your wishes after inheriting your wealth.
You are highly intelligent, yet you are not the sort of person who would understand my line of thinking. To me, this is also part of the experiment. Part of my investigation into human nature. Whether my successor suffers as a consequence of my research, or succumbs to an indulgence in pleasure-seeking, my research will have progressed. I grieve the fundamental sickness of the world. I regret the unbearable weight of its history, and I lament the research that I failed to complete. And this, Kaveh, my dear child, is why you will be of great utility to me.
Why Kaveh specifically?
You're absolutely certain that you want to give me everything you owned? For me to do with as I please?
I have faith in what I see in you. Now wear the diadem, Kaveh, and complete the journey that I could not. Will the verdict I reached cause you suffering? Or will this newfound wealth numb your heart? I look forward to your answer. All of my research materials are being stored at our...
I've heard enough! My life's enough of a mess already. The last thing I need is more suffering. Keep your Mora. I don't need it. Didn't you say that you saw a lot of people in pain? Well, if that's the case, then your wealth can go to them.
Smile on his face?
I guess that'll be the end of that.
Kaveh.
Are you all right? Any physical discomfort?
I'm fine. Thanks, Tainari. Don't worry about me.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Kaveh.
Kaveh may have broken the diadem, but he successfully completed the task prior to that. According to the rules, this makes him the victor of round 3. Points-wise, this also makes him the winner of the Inter-Darshan Championship. As the champion and Sachin's personally designated successor, Kaveh has obtained the rights to inherit the entirety of his estate. For the avoidance of doubt, can you confirm that it is your intention to donate all of Sachin's wealth?
Like I said, he thought that the world is a bad place. Well then, let's use what he left behind to change it for the better. Rejecting the world will achieve nothing. He and I, we're not the same.
Even though this means you'll have to keep on living with him? Al-Haytham?
All right. As the scribe, I will make a record of this incident on file. The sages will contact you in person for details on how exactly Sachin's estate is to be used.
That sounds fine. I don't know if his research findings were right, nor would I know how to finish his research for him. But what I do know is that by ending this here, no contestants will have to suffer. We won't be the last. There will be more championships to come, and countless future scholars will follow in our footsteps. Sachin's words can only cause pain, but not anymore. No one else has to hear them now. We're all scholars here, I know full well that shutting down his views like this is autocratic and arrogant. Fine by me. I'll bear that responsibility. It's the least I can do. And, well, it's the only thing I can do.
Well said. What you've expressed is a sense of justice and idealism that many aspire to, but few dare follow through with. I say this despite the fact that, in my view, it's quite ridiculous. You have long been aware of what your flaws are, but your pride alone prevents you from admitting it. Nevertheless, your perspective is well suited to appearing in a victory speech. Contestant Kaveh, on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my honor to congratulate you on your victory.
What? Please. I don't need your insincere praise. Anyway, this isn't the time or place for debates. Keep your commentary focused on the competition, not my views.
Congratulations, Kaveh. Also, you'll need to prepare for the award ceremony.
Looks like the ceremony will be held at the main venue. Let's head over and check it out.
Well, that was the thing. That whole fight scene to this shocking revelation that that Sachin was already dead.
Good roll.
Just had a sip of my Arizona. Very refreshing.
Thank you all for your excellent performance. And that brings this year's Interdarshan Championship to a close. Finally, it gives me great pleasure to invite our champion, Kaveh, to the stage to receive his award. Typically at this point, we would crown our champion with the diadem as well as presenting them with their award. However, we have just received word that Kaveh has inherited Sachin's estate and made the decision to donate it all to charitable causes.
Sachin's estate is getting donated?
So much, Mora. And he gave it all up?
Kaveh's generosity will give many struggling families the chance to change their lives for the better.
And indeed, a noble pursuit, forsooth.
Of course, without the diadem and prize money to present, this makes the award ceremony a little more concise than expected. Would you like to say a few words, Kaveh? I'm sure many of our audience, like myself, are curious to learn why you decided to give all this wealth away.
I'm not entirely sure what I should say under these circumstances. I'm glad to have won, even though I'd say luck played a big part in that. As for why I want to give the Mora away, I don't support Sachin's views, and I don't want to take his Mora. With a lot of things in life, people need to experience them for themselves. It shouldn't be up to one person to make a judgment on. Not him, and not me either. Anyway, this isn't really the time and place for such weighty and complicated topics. So, I guess that's all. I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Oh, Kaveh, just one moment. While this is a short and sweet award ceremony, we do still have a prize to present you with. Please take this limited edition Genius Invocation TCG card.
Oh yeah, that was a prize, wasn't it? I completely forgot about it.
Additionally, your champion status will be logged in your record. This means that the Sages will give priority consideration to any future project proposals you submit.
Oh, that sounds nice.
All right, I'll take the card. But as for project proposals, forget it.
In that case, I declare the award ceremony over. Let's give our champion Kaveh one last big round of applause.
I still don't really get it. The sum of Mora would have been enough for me to live in luxury for my entire life.
That just means you're not strange enough to understand the way that geniuses think. Come on, we've still got the whole Wisdom Gala to explore.
Not strange enough to understand the way that geniuses think.
Glad that's over. I think I'm quite good at giving speeches, but this one was just so tiring.
Do you mean that you're still exhausted from the competition? Honestly, you don't look happy at all, but whatever else happened, you're the champion, you know? Don't you think you should be proud of that?
Seems a little judgmental, but okay.
I suppose. Oh, wait. Sino said he wanted the card, didn't he? And now I have it, right here.
So you're gonna give it to him? But if it's a rare one, you should be able to make a tidy sum of more off it.
He probably could.
Why would I do that? It's of no use to me whatsoever. I may as well just give it to him. Could you pass it on to him for me when you next see him?
Whoa, whoa! This is a super big deal! You should do it yourself! Come on, let's go find Sino.
He was in the audience.
Huh? But I was gonna rest for a while longer. Hey, stop pulling my hair!
That moment just now, Paimon reaching back into frame just to pull him. He's like right here. Literally.
What you looking at, Sino?
Said that too early, seems insulting now, crap.
I'm still thinking about the Sachin issue. What brings you here?
Well, they gave me this limited edition Genius Invocation card, and I figured you'd have more use for it than I.
But it's a limited edition. Are you sure you want to give it to me?
What else would I do with it? I have no use for it.
You wanted to say Paimon is such a great I love her.
But it's limited edition. Kaveh, are you in trouble? You don't have to do all this. Just tell me what's wrong and I will help.
Sino, he's taking this so seriously.
Oh, that's not what I meant at all. Yes, I have all sorts of problems, but that has absolutely nothing to do with this card. I'll figure my own issues out by myself.
All right. In that case, I accept your generosity. But now that I realize that you have no concept of its value, I cannot simply take it from you. How about this? I shall buy it from you at a fair price. Namely, the price that the previous limited edition card sold for.
Oh, come on. It's just one card. How much could it really be worth?
1 million more at the very least.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
How much?
1 million more?
If you feel that's too low, I can go a little higher.
Jesus.
1 million mora for a card? But you already have a whole bunch of these, shiny ones, don't you? I saw your deck last time we played.
Not every card is this valuable, and some cards are exquisitely designed, but not rare.
Huh. Well, I guess they must pay you plenty to be General Mahamatra if you're splashing out on things like this. But really, it's fine. I'd feel bad taking mora from a friend.
Don't feel bad. I save a lot. I can spare the mora for this card.
You don't spend all your savings on your hobbies, do you? You should watch that, you know. You definitely don't want to end up borrowing money in a moment of impulsivity. Living with debt is miserable.
Sounds like you're speaking from personal experience. I guess you've been through a lot?
They should give you the option to sell card tag?
I don't want to talk about it.
In that case, maybe you're the one who should be listening to your advice.
TCG. Oh, okay.
In any case, I, Sino, will take this precious card, and it shall join the deck of destiny. Kaveh, come with me in a few moments to collect the Mora. Thanks to you, I have achieved my goal for participating in this tournament.
He's taking this so seriously.
All right, if you insist. Far be it from me to refuse your courtesy any further. Well, at least I'll be able to keep on top of my bills this month. Maybe I'll even have some left over. In fact, let me treat you all to a meal later. Bring Tainari and Kale, too.
Well, this is what they call all's well that ends well. Paimon wonders how the other contestants are doing. Let's go check in with them, shall we? Since we're guest commentators and all.
Chat with the Darshan representatives. Oh?
I'm telling you, you can't go wrong taking advice from me on what to wear. Back in the day, my fashion style was considered cutting edge by everyone in the academia.
Yeah, a fecking 100 years ago.
Really? Well, then, sure, Madame Farzan. Maybe you could pick out a few fashionable outfits for us.
Farazan! Nilu! Even Dia and Candace are here! What are you all up to?
Candace and I bumped into these two while we were strolling through the streets. Madame Farazan here is pretty friendly. When she heard that we were buying clothes, she decided to give us some help.
I don't really see anything I'm familiar with. Never mind. We can purchase some textiles and make the clothes ourselves.
Really? You gonna go that far?
Let's go with the plain fabric as our base. And embroider red and pink flowers on. Oh, and some green leaves.
Oh, wait a sec. You sure that's the latest style? That sounds a lot like what the older folks back home would wear.
Oh my god.
Don't worry. This style is a timeless classic.
Says you.
No thanks. This is actually sounding pretty weird.
Wait. Madame Farazan's right. That style is a classic and used to be mainstream fashion.
Used to
But
be.
these days, there's some other options too. If you don't mind, how about I pick some clothes out for everyone? It's not often that we get to meet up, especially since Candace rarely makes it to Sumeru City. Also, I know a few places where I can get a great bargain.
Sure. I'm happy to leave it to you.
I'll come with you to have a look. One always has to keep on top of what the youth of today are into.
Oh my god, this...
Madame Farazan? Come quick, she's over here!
Who are you?
We're new in the academia. We saw all the amazing things you did during the competition. Do you have any classes we could sign up for?
Of course I do. And you're both very welcome to join.
That's great! We can't wait. What's your area of research? Precision mechanics?
I'm from Haravatat.
Huh? But you seem like an expert in machines. Wait, sorry. I remember now. You were representing the Haravatat Darshan in the championship. Oh, their classes are so boring, though. I'm sorry, ma'am. Let me know if you run any other classes in the future. I'll be there.
I knew it. What about you? Aren't you going to leave with your friend?
I think you're amazing, Madame Farazan, and I'd like to learn from you for a while, if possible.
Farazan is as full of herself as Mona? She is! Yes, I'm Mona Magistus, the astrologist. I do not use my astrology for mundane things. But funnier? Yeah, she's a bit funnier.
I can take the class you're teaching as an option, even though cross-Darshan lessons might be a little tough to arrange. But I look forward to learning from you.
I see. You're a good egg, child. Don't worry. Study under me, and I promise you, you will get the best teaching available.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, I won't disturb you any further. See you in class.
I mean, at this point, Genshin has had a lot of time to, like, fine-tune, smooth things out, refine it. Whereas Mona, she was, like, pretty early on, I think.
I don't quite understand what happened there, but congratulations, I think.
I think.
Traveler, Paimon, would you two like to come and pick out some clothes?
They need more outfits for this game. Like, I play Tower Fantasy. The MC, the player character, the Wanderer. They have, like, a bazillion outfits, all of which are color customizable. And even the Simulacra, each of them have 2 outfits. The base outfit and then, like, the A3 outfit. And it's only now that Genshin finally has outfits.
Sorry, we can't. We've got a meet with Kaveh later, and we have to check in with all the other contestants before then.
Yeah, she was. I remember.
Oh, by the way, have any of you seen Hat Guy or Layla?
Oh yeah, good old Hat Guy. Some fancy flying he did there. Still sad you don't get a new traveler outfit for every new region. I know. It can't be that... It cannot be that hard to make, like, a few outfits for poor Lumine / Ether. Like, once you finish the main quest for the region, you should be able to get an outfit for that.
I don't know where Hat Guy went. We just saw Layla not too long ago, though.
Man, even in a cutscene, that shield of hers is tanky.
But she was hanging out with some other Ratahoa students, so we didn't get a chance to speak with her. Are you gonna go and see what she's up to?
Ratahoa students? They must be the ones who voted for her to enter the competition, right?
Or at least a head accessory or something.
Oh, she didn't end up winning, so Paimon wonders how they feel about that. Let's go take a peek.
She got close, though. I mean, before that final event, she tied for first. And in the final event, she managed to grab the crown. Any last words, you four?
If you don't come to Samara City often, classic floral designs aren't a bad choice. Those don't really go out of style. And of course, since you're putting this on your body, you need to consider the type of fabric the clothes are made from. Some materials might look stunning, but they can be terribly uncomfortable to wear.
Agreed. After all, is fashion not the constant phasing in and out of classics? In that sense, you could always consider the style I suggested too.
Wait, sorry, ma'am, but I think it could be quite a while before the style you recommended comes back into fashion.
I actually think the style recommended by Madame Faruzan is quite beautiful.
Isn't it just? You have a discerning eye, my dear.
Okay. Up. Alright, Yelan, book it. We got people to find. Oh god, where am I going? Nope. God damn it. Where am I going? Sparkle Trail, where are you? Higher still? Come on. Ah, there she is.
I'm sorry, everyone. I could have done better in the 3rd round.
Oh, stop it. If you're going to beat yourself up after doing as well as you did, how bad does that make us look, huh? Heck, it's not like any of us had the guts to enter the championship.
I didn't see the whole thing, but you were the only contestant who scored points in both the first 2 rounds, right?
She did.
And I heard that you actually found the diadem first in round 3. You came so close to winning the competition.
That's also right. When the cutscene jumped in, she was the one holding on to the crown.
I just got lucky, I think.
That can't be true. You had some really stiff competition out there. The renowned Tainari from Amorta, even Sino the General Mahamatra was there. You're amazing, all of you.
Can you say just how much you love all the doors that don't throw you in a minute-long wait screen?
Getting points off them is a huge achievement. The way I see it, people aren't exaggerating one bit with the nicknames they give you. You are a genuine genius.
Aw, thanks a lot. But I really don't think I qualify as a genius. In the 2nd round, for instance, I dozed off and somehow found myself beside the device when I came to.
Oh yeah, the other Layla.
Ah, come on, don't be so hard on yourself. We've decided we're taking you out to celebrate, and that's final. Let's go. Cheer up, Layla. The rest of today's all about you.
Looks like things are going well for Layla. This is great! We haven't seen Hat Guy since the end of the competition. Oh well, it's almost mealtime. We'd better go meet up with Kaveh and Sino now.
And away.
Easy.
Nope. Have to land. By the tavern? Oh, upstairs? I didn't know there was an upstairs. I never head upstairs. Ah, here.
Are you sure you have enough to cover this? Don't blow it all at once.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I budgeted very carefully, and this is well within my means. Anyway, I've lost count of how many times you've treated me. It's high time I return the favor. Oh, Traveler, Paimon, over here!
Ooh, look at all this! Good food, here we come!
Of course.
I heard that you went to see the other contestants. How's everyone doing?
Aside from Hat Guy, well enough.
Faruzan found herself a student, and Layla's classmates are bowled over by how well she did. We couldn't find Hat Guy, though. Who knows where he's gone?
Alhaitham's gone missing in action, too. Huh. The one time I'm actually in a good enough mood to treat him to a nice meal, he disappears without a trace. That guy. Where the heck could he have gone? I still have questions about that note he left. Well, whatever. He can do what he wants. Now, let's eat.
You all share a delicious meal.
You shocked me a little when you hurled the diadem to the ground. On further reflection, of course, it made sense, but at the time I was expecting at least some amount of deliberation.
Sachin's voice started talking to me inside my head from the moment I picked it up. I could feel his emotions, too. It was a mix of despair and horror swirling around inside my mind. He bombarded me with his ideas relentlessly, like he was trying to brainwash me. It gave me a splitting headache that only got worse as he went on. Like I was saying at the time, his views are not necessarily completely without value. But if all his research does is lead to misfortune, then we're probably better off without it.
If his forbidden research were to spread in a harmful form and cause people to suffer, the Matra would step in and ban it.
I think you did the right thing. I suppose another way to approach it would have been to claim that you agreed to inherit his research, but give up the research as soon as you've inherited the wealth. But that wouldn't have been your style.
Yeah, it sounds right.
I won't comment on his theories or experiments, but I don't believe that he was careless in his choice of candidate. He chose you. That means he knew what he was doing.
Perhaps. I just think that if you accept someone else's things, you should honor their wishes.
That's a good thing. It means that you have integrity.
Thank you, oh my god, thank you. See, you get me, Kale. It's a good thing Alhaitham isn't here right now. He'd be quick to explain why you're wrong.
Seems like you always include him in the conversation, even when he isn't here.
Yeah.
Yep. No dinner with Kaveh is complete without a few words about Alhaitham.
I sense that Alhaitham has in fact been here with us all along.
He's here? Where? Why didn't you tell me?
He lives rent-free in each of our hearts.
Cricket, 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 cricket.
Oh, that was horrifying. It literally sent chills down my spine.
Good thing you didn't say that before we started eating. That would have killed the mood in a heartbeat.
All right, enough about Alhaitham. Tighnari, did you achieve what you wanted out of the championship?
I did, in the first round, in fact. Word of mouth proved very effective. I spoke to a handful of people, they told their friends, and so on. Now, a record number of people have signed up to attend the next lecture. Oh, are you free next month? You should come along, maybe even say a few words.
About what? I don't know the first thing about anything Amorta related.
Just play to your strengths. For instance, you could talk about the distinguishing features of rainforest architecture, or ask everyone not to chop down too many trees the next time they're building a house.
Oh, well, that's no problem. Sure, I'll make time. Has everyone had enough to eat? I can order more if anyone's still hungry.
I'm full. Thanks. Paimon's super full, too. If only we could eat like this every day.
Yeah, we should do this more often. Work will always be there, but seeing friends is important too. This is a good restaurant. Let's definitely come here again.
Sounds good. We should pick a few other places as backup options, though.
There are other good places around here, too? Oh, and don't forget to invite us if you go. There's nothing we love more than good food.
Of course. Paimon's numero uno priority, food.
Kaveh, do you have plans after this?
I was thinking of maybe going to the academia for some alone time. Nothing set in stone, though. Why do you ask?
Last words?
Since everyone is free, why don't we play a few matches of Genius Invocation TCG?
Eager to show off your new limited edition card, are you?
Not to show off. This is my way of thanking you for your help. Only my best friend will have the honor of seeing this card's debut play.
All right, sure. I didn't bring my deck with me, though, so I'll need to borrow one.
Actually, Master, I made a new one a few days back.
Don't tell me you've been spending all your study hours playing cards.
Come on, no need to be so stern. They do say that your innate interests are your best teacher, don't they?
Alright, where's the door? Wave Tavern. Alright, is Hat Guy outside?
Well, it looks like this Inter-Darshan Championship's a wrap. All that stuff with Sachin and the diadem got sorted too. Have you still got anything else on your mind?
Sachin's research.
Oh, right! Yeah, Sachin said that he placed his research materials at somewhere beginning with... but Kaveh smashed the diadem of knowledge before he could finish! It might be dangerous if someone finds his old research stash, right? Where do you think it could be?
Aru Village?
Holy smokes, you're right! He said he spent all the time researching in the desert, didn't he? So it's very possible that that's where he'd leave all his notes. Alright then, let's head off to Aru Village and try our luck!
Go to Aru Village and look for clues. Alright, gang, let's all split up. Oh, what do you know?
Didn't expect to run into you here.
We could say the same.
Oh, hey, Thumb. What are you doing here? And what are you reading? Are those?
Sachin's notes? Yes.
He found them?
I came across his profile while I was organizing some documents and became interested in his research. If it wasn't for that, I never would have agreed to being a commentator. I had a hunch after seeing the fragment of his mind, and sure enough, I came here and found his research.
It was just sitting here somewhere?
Wait! So, you've read it already? Are you alright? How do you feel?
I think you may have misunderstood something. The reason Sachin chose that architect to inherit his research was that only he could really empathize with both the calamity and the humanity that these notes seek to convey. Only one who resonates with these sentiments would suffer and begin to think of history as bleak, the present as perplexing, and the future as pessimistic. Empathy is a double-edged sword. Clearly, I am not the same sort of person as Sachin was. Empaths have many friends, and their wide social circle comes with certain societal advantages. But this also makes it hard for them to achieve their goals.
Why's that?
All important things in life involve other people. As such, it's extremely difficult to live a life that causes no harm whatsoever to others. If you really want to achieve your goals, you have to be prepared to make enemies along the way. Not everyone can deal with that reality. And that reality is like the material here. Objective, heavy, negative. But, at the end of the day, for all these experiment results and conclusions, it's just one person's perspective, Sachin's.
So, what are your thoughts now that you've read it?
As a scholar, Sachin was without a doubt a genius. He laid the blame for the darkness in the world squarely on humanity, experimented extensively with reliable results, and drew logical conclusions. In that sense, one might say his views were correct.
So, people are bad? And things can only ever get worse? All of that's true?
That is not a question for me to answer. Someone else will arrive shortly. You can ask them instead.
Hat Guy? I keep thinking it's Hat Guy. Is it Hat Guy?
All I will say is that the world is not built on correctness alone. Sometimes, being correct means nothing at all.
What if that line written in ancient script means?
Lofty ideals may provide no defense at all against nihilism, but perhaps little decisions can. By their own choice, the idealist seeks to bring happiness to all while denying themselves the same. Thus, they shall never reach even the borders of truth until they wipe away the ignorance that blinds them.
I may or may not be wrong.
I've never been able to agree with certain philosophies. Even Sachin himself struggled to comprehend the notion of sacrificing oneself for the greater good. But sadly, all viewpoints will find their supporters, and the way we see the world largely decides our fates. Alright then, I got what I came for. These research materials are yours to look after. I'll be off.
Wait, so you came here just to read this stuff? You missed out on a big get-together, you know.
Get-together? Ah, yes, that makes sense. This is a good opportunity for that sort of thing.
This guy has no social life.
Guess what? Kaveh treated everyone this time.
Then I'm sure he packed up the leftovers for me. See ya.
He's so sure that he did that.
And there he goes. Well, it seems like he really wasn't affected by this research. He said that someone else would answer our questions. Who do you think that'll be?
You wait around near the research materials. Oh. Ah, I was half right.
Traveler, Paimon, you're already here.
Okay, I was half right and half wrong.
Nihira! Oh, and that guy. Wait, so you asked him to take part in the championship? Yes, it was me. Are you surprised?
Actually, not really.
Did you know that there was something wrong with the diadem from the start? And if so, why didn't you switch it out for another one? Because Sachin's research is not mistaken. He spent his entire life researching this topic, and these materials are a result of that.
The amount of headcanons you have on the small bit of packing up leftovers.
These are the crystallization of his wisdom. Yes, I was worried that the material might cause some disruption, but I didn't want to wipe away all his hard work searching for the truth. So instead, I had Hat Guy here help me keep an eye on things.
Seriously? I think you can stop calling me that now.
Why? Don't you like it? Well, anyway, if Sachin's chosen successor hadn't been able to handle his research, or if it had brought pain to more people, he would have intervened at a suitable moment.
And after all that, the person Sachin chose turned his nose up at his life's work. Pretty hilarious.
I was also hoping that this could be an opportunity for you to learn how to interact with people normally. But it looks like that didn't work out.
Learn how to interact with people. You named your guy Pizza Hut? Oh, okay.
That wasn't necessary. I'm still paying you back for your help. And the last thing I need is more reasons to be indebted to you.
Nahida, what did you mean by Sachin's research is not mistaken? Does that mean that you approve of his research? Put it this way instead. Truth to me is like a shroom boar.
A shroom boar?
Some people only see the mushroom on the shroom boar's back, and they conclude that the shroom boar is a mushroom. others see only the shroom boar's body, and they declare that a shroom boar is a boar.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this metaphor, Sachin was partially correct.
Still others look deeper inside and determine that a shroom boar is meat. These conclusions are all correct in their own way, but none of them objectively describe the shroom boar. Paimon kinda gets it, but also not really.
I think I see the point she's trying to make.
The world is the same way. No one, not even I included, can understand it in its entirety. All of us are somewhere on the path toward truth.
Sachin is a shroom boar? Nah, more like Sachin is the mushrooms on the back of the shroom boar.
Within the confines of our limited knowledge, some may blindly believe in the beauty of this world, and others may focus only on its evils. In truth, the most important thing isn't what state the world is in now, but what people hope it will become. But of course, I don't mean that as a criticism or a call to action. Ultimately, my duty as the God of Wisdom is to guide every form of wisdom to a place where it can find its purpose.
That was a long speech. So what are you actually going to do with these research materials?
Cast it into the fire! Isildur!
Because Kaveh, as the successor of this research, does not wish to see these ideas disseminated, I will seal it up. But even though Sachin's research could be considered negative wisdom, it is still a building block of the truth. If someone wishes to follow in his footsteps in the future, I will not stop them. I also look forward to the day that a member of the Vahumana Darshan can not only comprehend his theories, but also find a way out from the despair as well.
Vahumana doesn't have that kind of talent. Wait, you're not intending to keep me in Vahumana long term, are you? I don't remember signing up to become a scholar. Don't you think I'm useful enough to you as a prisoner?
Oh boy, here we go again. You think so? Well, to that, I would say that in Sumeru, even prisoners have a right to an education. I hope that your studies in Vahumana will help you deal with your own fate, and learn how best to settle old debts from your past. I will review your final thesis myself. I'm expecting great things from you, Mr. Hat Guy.
Auntie Nahida strikes again. Nope. That cat just ran off. Go back to the academia and... oh. Let's go here. Talk to Kaveh. What up?
20 years ago, the Academia had just received Sachin's estate. To celebrate the huge investment, the Academia extravaganza that year was grander than usual. I was very young then, and I remember seeing posters for the Interdarshan Championship all over the city. I couldn't help but mention it to my father. I even told him that I really liked the look of the diadem. It was so unique. So he said, "Why don't I win it, so I can let you play with it for a few days?" That made me very happy, and I nodded enthusiastically. But to my surprise, he didn't win. And when he got back home, he seemed extremely depressed.
Wait, what? Multiple endings? What do you mean? How?
Later, he left home, saying that he wanted to do some investigating in the desert. The quicksand got him not long after that. For many years, I couldn't face up to it at all. If I just kept my mouth shut, maybe none of it would have ever happened.
You got one with Alhaitham and Kaveh. Saw something on YouTube about it.
Wait, so the person we came across in our investigation, who went into the desert 20 years ago, it was...
Is that why Sachin thought I looked familiar? I can't believe it. My father was always too kind for his own good. Sachin's research would have saddened him greatly. He must have gone into the desert when he heard about it to find those who were still suffering. It all makes sense now.
I think it depends if you did Dory's quest first and what you answered in specific situations. Alright, I need to look this up afterward.
I've tried telling myself so many times over the years that maybe his sudden depression wasn't because he didn't win the competition. Maybe something else was going on that I wasn't aware of. But in the end, it all started with me mentioning the competition to him.
Oh, Kaveh.
Don't worry. I destroyed the diadem. There will never be another tragedy like this again. Never again.
And just like that. I need 1200. Oh. Alright, where is it? Wait, is it upward? I think it's upward. Alright, I want some more points. Wait, it's pointing
Take it
downward.
easy.
Downward again. Here. Alright, let's give it a shot. Okay. Oh, hang on. Oh boy. No. Maybe here? No. Up? No? Oh, here. Okay, so which position is that aligned to? This one? Is that the center one? Alright, middle. Wait. Oh. Okay, so... Wait a second. I'm doing this based completely off of luck right now. Okay, so... That one, that one, that one, that one. So this one should be like down here. Yes! Got it! Next. Okay. That took a bit. Okay, let's start with the middle one. Okay, maybe... Okay, maybe not that one. Maybe this one? No, this one? Okay, so that's these two. Middle ring. Okay. Outer ring. Up. There we go. You're bad at this game? I don't think it's that hard. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Student from Haravatat went out for research, received an unexpected letter from his mentor. Bring back something he took with him by accident. In response, mailed the item back. The object. No. Okay. Ah, okay. Usage of the object. Was it dangerous? No. Something to do with the mentor's daily work? Almost every day. Wait. Mailed the item back. Wait, it doesn't... You assume the mentor... Oh. Use estimating distances. Hang on. Could the mentor access location where the letter was placed? No. Yes. The mentor is not from Haravatat. There's one more. Okay, I think I have an idea. You cannot obtain the letter. Wait, what? I think I missed that. I think I missed a question somewhere. Hang on, I think I got this wrong. Can I go back? Wait, I was guessing on some of those. What the hell? Okay, so I got the thing on this one, the critical question on this one. What? What am I missing? Oh. Hang on, I think I messed something up. Not obtain the letter. Mantra. With the mantra. Keys to the office. Wait, what? Thought I got everything. No. It wasn't broken. It could be sent back. Related to the mentor, yes. He couldn't obtain the letter. With the mantra? One question, one question. Which one am I getting wrong? Okay, there's a detail I'm missing somewhere. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Alright, the next story. Through everyone's effort, the Wisdom Gala went smoothly, concluded successfully. Everyone who set up booths offered fun events during the permit for 3-day vacation, no strings attached. After everyone got their leaf permit, one leaf permit left in the box. Why is that? Be given to someone else? No. Duplicate or exchange the leaf permit? No. Did everyone take one? Yes. Was anyone not allowed to claim? No. Only one leaf permit. Was everyone allowed to take only... Oh, okay. After everyone got their permit, there was one left in the box. A lot of guessing, wasn't difficult though. It belonged to someone. It was valid. There weren't any new ones added in. Ah. Alright, let's see what... I was kind of guessing. I was kind of guessing it at the end there. Everyone's hands. Final person. Ah. Alright, that's all of them. Ugh. Today is not a good day for being clever. Oh, hey, I'm close. Oh, alright. Let's go fight some things. Remember to hydrate. Okay, just a lot of eremites. HP is higher than 70, EM is increased by 200, healing bonus increased by 50%, shield strength. After character triggers, quicken spread, aggravate burning. Okay, a dendro reaction of some kind. I think I like that one.
Following orders. A new punching bag.
Happy to oblige.
You are not welcome here.
I'm getting sick of this game.
Time to go to work. That's close enough. A new punching bag.
Hey!
Another test subject. Fry!
I see everything.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
The night is cold.
The show's only just begun.
1 second.
Illusion shattered! Care for
Your coming was foretold.
Dance with me! There is no escape! Be a good...
When in doubt, just punch your way through. And normal?
My guiding stars. Cold. Mine to commit. Everyone hold hands.
Illusion shattered!
Happy to oblige.
Not now. I see everything.
Happy to oblige.
Sharing my knowledge.
Shine down!
Time to go to work.
The night is cold. Hey!
Let's end this now.
Torn to oblivion!
New punching
Not now. I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom.
Inazuma shines eternal!
with me.
The night is cold.
Only just begun. Illusion shattered.
Not done yet.
I'm dead.
Happy to oblige.
My guiding star. I see everything. Share my knowledge. Don't be scared.
Now you shall perish. Shine down.
Your coming was foretold.
Dance with me.
Not now. Cole, learn to command.
Be a good audience,
Temple of
won't you?
Wisdom. Everyone hold hands.
Inazuma shines eternal.
When in doubt, just spam bursts. Besides, I had so much ER. Oh. I never did this. I still never did this. Dune of Illusion. It's somewhere over here. Here. Wait, the one with the boss? $56.
Happy to oblige.
My guiding star. Hey!
Illusion shattered.
$67. Over here? No. Right here. Got it. $64. Has it changed at all? 53.
Everyone hold hands.
Shine down. Illusion shattered.
%70. 79. 81. 88. 87. 64. Okay. $78. 70. Got it. All the way back in town.
Clear skies can do nothing to hide the brilliance of lightning. Divine bolts can strike even in the absence of rain. Do you see that tree? Wait, you understand? So, demonstration is not required. Good.
Yeah. Archaeology, huh? I'm sure there are situations in which you find nothing. What happens more often than not. Omni Director. Yeah. Constellation. Ugh, I can get a crown. I haven't done this. This isn't worth too much, though. Oh yeah, Baiju has a story quest now. Oh, but first... Wait, what? Since when did he get constellations? Goro. Of course, the one I got just now. Oh. C6. I don't really play these characters anymore, so... Just zoned out for like a solid 10 minutes. Not much. We did the treasure hunting mini game. That was about it. Alright, now I'm about to start Baiju's quest. And there's the key. Go to Boo Boo Pharmacy. Ah yes, pay no mind, 'tis only the Raiden Shogun.
What's your name, buddy? Are you here to buy some medicine? Where are your mom and dad?
Are you lost?
No, I'm not. My name's Ayu, and I'm here because...
Hey there, Chi-Chi! Hi, Gray! What's going on?
Hi, Traveler and Paimon.
Alright, I'll bite. How's it going? Not so great, but it's really funny. What do you mean funny?
You've actually come at the perfect time. This little boy seems to have gotten himself lost. I think he must be new to the city. Probably wandered away from his parents and...
No, listen to me. I'm not the one who's lost. It's my dad.
Your dad? How does a fully grown man manage to get lost in Liyue Harbor?
Yeah.
Well, my dad's always been kind of forgetful. In the past, he was just a little slow to react sometimes. But I'm worried that it's getting more serious.
So, what about your mom?
She went out a few days ago to gather some herbs for my dad, but she still hasn't come back. Meanwhile, my dad's been getting worse and worse. I remembered that the owner of Boo Boo Pharmacy always runs a clinic in Chingsa Village during the Lantern Rite, so I thought, why don't I take Dad to Liyue Harbor to see him there?
He must mean Baiju.
When we got to the city gate, I took a moment to ask the Millelith guards for directions to the pharmacy. And then, when I turned back around, my dad was gone.
Oh, okay, that's unfortunate.
I asked the Millelith guys to go find him, but he said they won't be able to send that many people. So then I figured, maybe I can ask some other people in the city to help.
You came to the right place. We're pros at finding people. Isn't that right, Traveler?
Yeah.
Changshan can help. She has a good sense of smell, like a dog.
Hey, who's talking about me behind my back?
Chengsheng, Chi-Chi meant that as a compliment. There's no need to be upset. Hello, child. You mentioned that you were looking for the owner of Boo Boo Pharmacy. How might we be of service?
You have a talking snake? Oh, are you Uncle Baiju?
Uncle Baiju?
Changsheng. Okay, you knew you were at 70 pity. Got a 5-star on the 10 pull. 150-50 for Baiju. Got some random store instead of Kave. Got frustrated and bought 3 more wishes. Did a single pull. Got Chi-Chi 5 pulls after Baiju, still laughing. Still don't have Kave.
Chengsheng, now's not the time. My dear boy, could you tell me more about your father's condition, as much as you can recall?
What's with his eyes?
Yes, Dr. Baiju.
He explains his father's health.
I see. And your family lives near Chingsa Village, you say? I visit patients there frequently, but I don't recall ever seeing you or your parents.
Uh-huh. My mom doesn't like meeting other people, especially during Lantern Rite. She always tells me to just stay at home and keep my dad company.
You love Changsheng because how sassy she is. Baiju is like the best healer you can get for your team. Coco me, Coco me, Coco me.
Is that so? Ayu, by any chance, is your mother's name Jiangli?
Whoa, yeah, it is. Do you know my mom, Dr. Baiju?
I certainly do. Gui, Chi-Chi, are there any pressing matters in the pharmacy at the moment? Ayu's parents are old acquaintances of mine, so I would very much like to assist with the search. Would the two of you have time to join me?
Don't forget us two. We already told Ayu that we'd help.
Oh, really? Well, that's wonderful. We are most grateful for your support.
You can count on us.
Chi-Chi and I need to clear up the shop front first, but once that's taken care of, we'll be right out to help you with the search.
Ah, you need Dendro application. Okay, okay. For Dendro, I just use Nahida, cause literal god of Dendro.
Family is very important.
Thank you. Then I'll leave you to handle the pharmacy. Traveler, Paimon, why don't you come with me and Ayu? Let's start by talking to the Millelith guards at the city gates, see if they have an update.
But the healing. Yeah, I know, I know. Oh, Kale? Any last words?
His family. Oh, we have to find them.
Closing in. I think that's where I need to be. Yes, it is I, the Raiden Shogun.
They searched to the north, but couldn't find anyone who matched the description.
Well, that complicates things. The city folks say there's no sign of him either. We need to start looking further afield. But where are we gonna get the people?
Excuse me, sirs. Have you found out anything about my dad yet?
Ah, hey there, buddy. Dr. Baiju. What brings you out this way?
The boy asked for our help, so we're here to join the search. Any new developments to update us on?
Oh, now that I think about it, I haven't tried out Baiju's, trial yet.
Oh, thank goodness. We were just discussing how we're running out of manpower. As for updates, I'm sorry to say that we've searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but didn't find anything.
The guards at the crossing up ahead said they hadn't seen anyone either, so we don't believe he was heading towards the Guili Plains. But it is possible that he was bound for Luhua Pool.
Luhua Pool? The terrain there can be tricky to navigate. Let's hope he hasn't run into any trouble.
We'll take that area.
You will? Oh, great. We can't thank you enough.
Sorry we weren't able to find your dad, buddy.
That's okay. Thank you for trying.
Wait, this way? 400. Alright, how far is that? Closest would be maybe the statue. Because that domain is like below the water line. Alright, let's switch up teams. I want to try and get more practice with this bunch. If you
Dad! Dad, can you hear me?
Is that him? If we run into any trouble, Shenhe can punch things.
There's somebody over there!
Oh.
Oh no, it's... Hey, you! Stop! Don't go any further!
Quick, someone grab him.
Watch where you're going!
Oh, Hu Tao.
Oh, dear customer, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor does appreciate your patronage, but you needn't hasten the inevitable. Are you all right?
Hu Tao was the last person I was expecting to see.
Huh? Dad!
Oh, that's him.
Hey, Hu
My, who do we have here? It's the Traveler in Paimon, and... my worst nightmare.
My worst nightmare.
I see she still hasn't warmed to you.
Dr. Baiju.
Thank you, Director Who, for saving this man.
Dad, are you okay? Do you recognize me? It's me, Ayu.
You're... Are you? Who am I?
Oh, it's bad.
Your name is Jiao Liang, and you live just west of Qingse Village. You were supposed to come to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. Remember? Does that jog your memory?
Oh, my name is Jia Liang. Liyue Harbor. See the doctor? Yes, I'm Jia Liang, and I need to see the doctor. Wait, why do I need to see the doctor?
Baiju and Hu Tao, cousins. Wait, what? What interactions do they have with each other? I don't know much about what relations they have.
Uh-oh. He seems in really bad shape. We need to get him back to Boo Boo Pharmacy right away. Sorry, Hu Tao. Gotta dash. Dinner's on us next time.
Hold on a second. You're not seriously thinking of taking him to Boo Boo Pharmacy in this state, are you?
Huh? Why not? What's the problem?
Come on, Baiju. Don't tell me you haven't noticed it. Didn't your master teach you how to spot the signs?
You'll agree with me by the end of this quest. We'll see.
Why do I get the sense that you spotted them right away, but you're planning to use it for your own ends?
Use what? What are you talking about? Paimon's lost.
There are traces of god remains in Jia Liang's system.
Oh, yes, but more importantly, they're on the verge of an outburst. If that happens, the consequences will be unthinkable.
Paimon, sorry. What?
God remains? There's no need to worry, Director Who. I have methods of keeping them at bay. It is the sworn duty of all who practice medicine to cure illnesses and save lives. What reason would I have to neglect a patient in need who is right there in front of me? Besides, it was my late master's dying wish to be able to save this patient in particular. Perhaps out of respect for him, you could give me a day's grace so that I have time to treat him?
Now you're bringing my great-uncle into this? Baiju, just what are you planning this time?
Wait, great uncle? Master? What?
Merely to cure this man, nothing more. But of course, if you have any doubt as to my intentions, you are more than welcome to accompany me to Boo Boo Pharmacy and monitor my activities.
Oh, really? I thought I was persona non grata at Boo Boo Pharmacy. You're being unusually generous today.
Don't forget we're here too.
Okay, deal. We're not gonna solve anything by keeping Jia Liang here. I'm happy to do it your way, but only for my great-uncle's sake, and the travelers, of course.
You must be pleased you brought the traveler along. Otherwise, this would have been a much more vexing ordeal.
There's cats fighting outside your apartment. The sounds are absolutely demonic.
Well, time is of the essence. Let's get ourselves back to Boo Boo Pharmacy at once.
Alright, everyone returns back to the pharmacy.
Blockages within the cardiovascular system. Reduced blood flow and energy circulation? I see. I suppose this must have caused the cognitive abnormalities.
Dr. Baiju, how bad is it? Can you cure him?
Don't you worry. Baiju's a really great doctor. He's sure to find a way. Isn't that right, Baiju?
Ayu, do you know when your father first started displaying these symptoms?
I'm not sure. He's been like this for as long as I can remember. But it wasn't as bad as this when I was still little.
So it's been a long time indeed.
Is it a grim prognosis?
No. I have a treatment plan in mind. We can start tonight. Come and see me again tomorrow morning. I promise that by then, Ayu will find his father healthy and lucid again.
Thank you, Dr. Baizhu. Thank you so much.
If you still have any misgivings, Director Hu, please feel free to hang around for as long as you wish.
However, it would be best if you step outside this room. A doctor must be able to focus when treating a patient. Any distractions heighten the risk of complications.
Yes, of course, absolutely. I'll just go and look at the flowers or something. But I will be back in an instant at the first sign that something's amiss.
We'll be heading out too.
See you tomorrow, Baizhu and Changcheng.
Bye for now, everyone.
Are you ready, Baizhu?
Ready as I'll ever be. I'm used to it by now. Come on, let's get started.
All's well that ends well, huh? You know, Paimon's kind of curious after hearing Baizhu mention those people from his past. What do you think they were like?
You mean Baiju's master?
Yeah, you must be curious too, right? Let's go see what we can find out while Baiju's busy treating Ayu's dad.
Ask around for information. Oh, how convenient. Ah! I was above the water.
While I'm idling time on admiring the scenery, the spectacled snake-bedecked docks doing surgery. Hello, you busy bees, and what do you have to discuss with the funeral director today?
Do you have any coffins on sale?
Actually, don't tell me. Let me guess. From the looks on your faces, you've got some questions for me.
Is that buy one get one free coffin deal still going on?
Guilty as charged. So, we were just a little curious about Baiju's master. What was he like? Oh, and also, how come you and Baizhu could tell so quickly that Jia Liang had god remains in his system?
Huh? I thought I told you once before. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was first founded to fight back against the vengeful wrath of gods defeated in war.
That rings a bell.
Well, it is a dusty old tale by this point. Long story short, in the ancient world, dead gods were acting up, so our ancestors started purifying the air and burning the bodies of the deceased to guard the border between life and death. These days, we don't deal with the wrath of the gods anymore, but all the relevant know-how is still passed down to each generation, so we can identify gods' remains when we see them.
Okay, Paimon gets it now. Wait, so how did Baizhu learn to spot them?
Almost certainly from his master, who was also my great-uncle. Baiju's master was my grandpa's younger brother, a former deputy director of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Okay, okay.
Wow, fancy that! Huh. So, if he was from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, how did he end up as Baiju's master?
According to my grandpa, he and my great-uncle once went traveling together when they were young. They ended up at Chenyu Vale, where they met a pharmacist. That pharmacist must have cast some sort of spell on my great-uncle, because after that encounter, he suddenly announced he wanted to leave the family business and go practice medicine instead. My grandpa had a huge argument with him, but he couldn't convince him to stay. So my grandpa inherited the funeral parlor, while my great-uncle stayed in Chenyu Vale to practice medicine. They never spoke to each other again.
Oh.
Funeral director to doctor is a pretty big career change. Kinda hard to imagine. But why did it drive a wedge between them for the rest of their lives? That seems a bit extreme.
Yeah.
If he had just become a regular doctor, there would have been no issue. After all, the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor wasn't unlike a regular doctor's clinic in the early days. But according to my grandpa, the pharmacist they met had a very ominous aura about him.
Oh.
And on top of that, the kind of medicine practiced in the Chenyu Vale tradition goes against the natural order of things.
In what way?
Yeah.
Don't know. My grandpa didn't know the specifics. And you've seen how wary Baizhu is around me. He'd never tell me anything. But even that says to me that he definitely has something to hide. One thing I do know about Baizhu is that he's obsessed with the idea of immortality. But whether that has anything to do with what he's hiding is hard to say.
Immortality?
Anyway, so I will be sticking around here for now to keep a close eye on the situation. Maybe tomorrow I'll finally figure out what he's up to.
Oh, there's a viewpoint up there.
After all that, it seems like we have more questions than answers. Never mind. We'll just have to ask Baizhu himself about all of this tomorrow.
Oh, while you're here, have either of you seen Chi-Chi around? It's not every day I get to infiltrate Baizhu's lair, but alas, I didn't catch a single glimpse of her anywhere. Aha! What if Baizhu knew I'd be on the lookout for her and hid her away in advance?
Alright, now I gotta get up there somehow. Oh wait. I can glide down. That's an option. Ah. Hey, how high up? Oh, that's still fairly higher. When in doubt, take the high ground. Is there any higher up? No. If I started to glide from here, I wouldn't land where I needed to.
In the mortal world at times like these, is it not customary to use an umbrella?
Alright. Gotta keep climbing. I've said that a bunch of times. What are you saying? Okay, am I high enough? Maybe. Let's hope so. Oh yeah, I can make it. There we go. I never look up in this direction, so I wouldn't have noticed. Wait until next morning.
Clearing up.
I have the high ground.
So is the mood.
It's a new day! Let's go back to Boo Boo Pharmacy and check out how Jialiang is doing.
Prize.
Dad!
Oh, are you?
Dad, you remember me!
Yes, I remember now. Oh, are you? I'm so sorry. You must have been worried sick. Has your mom shown up yet? She's been gone for a while, hasn't she?
Don't worry, Dad. I got the Adventurers Guild to help us look for her. And Dr. Baiju's gonna help too. Right now, all you need to do is concentrate on getting better.
Great. That's wonderful. I can't thank you enough, Dr. Baiju. My pleasure, really. It's the least I can do to honor my late master's dying wish. If anything, I should be apologizing to you for not making the time to visit in all these years. Not at all, Dr. Baiju. It's only because Jiang Li... What was her reason again? You're still in the early stages of recovery, so you'll need to take it easy for a while. Take it slowly and try not to overexert yourself.
I suggest you stay at Boo Boo Pharmacy and rest for at least the next few days.
Director Hu, do you have any further reservations about Jia Liang's condition?
It seems like the evil presence is gone after all. You really did manage to suppress it, huh?
Still though. Give Baiju a punch anyways.
But how did you accomplish this in a single night?
That would be a trade secret, I'm afraid. If that gives you any cause for concern, you may continue to monitor Jia Liang for as long as you wish. Though I regret to say that Boo Boo Pharmacy cannot offer to reimburse Wangsheng Funeral Parlor for any revenue lost in the meantime.
Oh, come on, Baiju. I'm not that unreasonable.
Looks a little worse for wear. Something's wrong.
I've been stuck indoors for too long. Baiju, take me outside for some air, or I'm going to suffocate.
Yes, of course. Everyone, please excuse Changsheng and myself for a moment.
Something's up.
Suffering now, are we? Did you seriously expect to cover it up just by putting on a brave face and ignoring it? If it weren't for my quick thinking, they'd have all seen the sorry state you're in by now. But in any case, why must you keep this a secret from everybody? You should at least share your secret with one person you trust.
Yeah, us. Because we know so many damn secrets. Like Venti being an Archon, Zhongli being an Archon.
Who's there?
It's me.
Why did you follow us here?
I thought you were looking a little unwell.
Oh, it's nothing. I just needed to get some air.
Right, air.
What did I just say about putting on a brave face? Traveler, Paimon, the truth is, Baiju did not cure Jialiang's illness. Instead, He transferred some of his own life force to his patient to temporarily subdue the poison in his system.
Life force.
Baiju, can you please explain all of this?
Zhongli's secret is known by the enemy? Well, yeah, I suppose they do. Senora... Wait, no. Senora doesn't count. She's gone. Child knows. Changsheng is literally so sassy you love her.
My predecessors in medicine forged a contract with Changsheng. Every successor to this contract is able to use Changsheng's secret art to treat patients. I believe the irregularities with Jialiang's heart meridian were likely caused by a poison concocted using god remains as a key ingredient.
Poison?
The poison has not been purged from Jialiang's system. Rather, I infused him with some of my own life force, using Changsheng as the delivery medium. This will suppress the poison's effects for a limited time.
Oh, snake pun. Ha ha ha. Sassy. Ha 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 ha. Is that enough?
Changsheng? You can do that? Huh. Paimon always thought you were just Baiju's strange choice of a necklace. Hey, I'll have you know that I commanded the respect of even the Adepti back in Chenyu Vale. If anything, he is my mannequin. I was treating patients with Baiju's master's master long before he ever set eyes on his first medical text. Whoa. Guess you shouldn't judge a snake by its skin.
Please, that's enough.
Jesus, he's about to keel over. Where's Kokomi? Looking even worse now than before.
Wait a sec. Huto was saying that the branch of medicine you studied uses some pretty dubious methods. So, when you transfer your life force, does that mean you're actually damaging your own body?
Sounds like it.
Hardly. Changsheng helps to keep my chi in balance, so there is no great harm done.
Still, Baiju's life force is not unlimited. We must find a way to neutralize the poison in Jialiang's body, and soon. Traveler, Paimon, would you lend this dummy a hand? He needs someone checking up on him, or he'll exhaust himself trying to accomplish everything on his own.
Don't worry, if you need punching, we'll handle it. Go on, Baiju, let us help you.
Baiju, don't you think you should seize this opportunity? You cannot expect to hide this from everyone for your entire life. Time will see that all secrets surface eventually.
Entire life. Thank you, Traveler and Paimon.
Huh. Paimon doesn't think we've seen this side of you. But there's no need to thank us. You've helped us out before.
What are the next steps?
The poison in Jialiang's system must have accumulated over a prolonged period. I think I should pay a visit to their family home and look for clues as to how he might have been exposed to it.
Do you know where his house is?
Yes. I asked Ayu this morning before you arrived. He told me that his family lives in a secluded spot to the west of Qingsa village. Let's head there together once I've asked Gui and Qiqi to look after the pharmacy. As well as investigating Jialiang's exposure to the poison, we should also keep an eye out for Ayu's missing mother, my fellow disciple, Jiangli.
Oh, fellow disciple. Okay. For that, test run. Okay. Elemental skill, pursue nearby opponents. Dendro damage, restoring HP to all his party members. Burst is unleashed. Periodically generate a short duration shield. duration ends or breaks, heal Baiju's own active character, unleash Spirit Vein attacks. That urge to refer to my classmates as fellow disciples. Oh, this is a Hyper Bloom team. Okay.
Body and mind.
Wait. Wait.
You. He.
Job.
Rain outlines your fate.
The doctor will see you now.
You're open.
He. You.
Alright, I'm gonna try and come up with a rotation for this team. Hang on.
Off with you.
I let my guard down.
Yeah.
You're open.
Time to act. Surrender and it'll be gentle.
Remember, health comes first.
Let me weave you a verse. Hup. Hup. He.
Alright, hang on. Trying to figure out location. Wait.
Don't be such a brute.
Ah, perfect. A tougher target.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Taking a turn for the better.
He. You. He. 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 Ha.
Alright, I already have Ganyu. The one thing I'm missing is Amos's bow. What bow? Yep. That's all I'm missing for Ganyu.
No touching.
Come on,
This is
come
long
on.
overdue. We're way behind schedule.
Oh shit, was that it? That was so easy. All I did was charge shot a couple times. And use the burst. Alright, Kaveh. Skill can deal dendro damage across the large AoE. Cause all dendro cores within that area to burst immediately. Oh, this guy is for a Bloom team. This guy's just for a straight up Bloom team, I see.
No, my sword!
Sight clear. Scanning. breaking new ground! Hyah! Tuh!
Okay.
Ring cutter.
Sight clear! Feast your eyes! Tuh! Come at me!
Alright, so he's basically for a Bloom team. Although I have Nilu, so that's kind of moot. Because the Dendro cores made with her on the team detonate immediately. Alright, Candace. She's like the only 4-star I don't have right now. Ah, damn.
Pin them down.
The cat?
You're exposed. Hear my prayer.
Yeet. Ah, shield bash.
We shall prevail. Pin them down. Just a grace. You're exposed. Grant us your blessing. Too easy. We shall prevail.
Oh, wait. Forgot about Kaya.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Hear my prayer.
Let's spark things up a little.
Right this off the side.
We shall prevail.
Alright, who else is there? Official, alright. Even though I haven't used official in ages. Ah yes, I used the other outfit for her.
No rest for the wicked.
Shadow Raven, let night fall! No escape!
Oh, so sorry.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Ah, it got me.
Wings of dark!
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Your arch enemy, Angelic Official. C3 Official? Hey, I need to check. What constellation do I official at? Oh, snap. C5? I am C5 official. I don't even know when I'm getting her constellations. What is this house? It's like in the middle of nowhere. It's so secluded. There's like that one tiny road over here. Hang on, where am I on the map? This is so out of the way. Jeez.
Whoa! There's a house all the way out here? Huh. It's so well hidden, Paimon's never noticed it before.
Nor have I. And I've hosted clinics at Qingsa Village many times in the past. If you ask me, Jiang Li was trying to remain unnoticed.
You have C6?
Oh, that reminds Paimon. We meant to ask earlier, but it slipped our minds in the rush to get here. Could you tell us more about Jiang Li? You said she was your fellow disciple, right?
She was indeed. We studied medicine together under the same master near Chenyu Vale. She is several years older than I and also began her travels far earlier than me. As a result, the time I spent studying alongside her was rather short.
Supposedly, she met an herb gatherer sometime during her travels and decided to settle down with him. That must have been Jialiang. Wait, Changxiang, are you saying neither of you had actually met Jialiang or Ayu before all of this?
Ah. Pronounce. Pronouncing, pronoun. Way you say things. Okay, okay.
Jiang Li did occasionally come back to Chenyu Vale to see our master, but for whatever reason, she hardly ever talked about her family. The last time she visited us, she and Master had some sort of quarrel. We never heard from her after that. It almost seemed as if she'd gone into hiding.
Quarrel? What happened?
I don't know. I did not witness the argument myself.
Nor did Master ever explain it to me. All he would say is that should I ever encounter Jiangli or her family in the future, I should do everything in my power to help them.
Sounds serious, though.
Oh, so that's why you went to such extreme lengths to help Jialiang.
No. Even if my master had never said anything, it would still be my duty as a doctor to help him. My decision would have remained the same.
Okay.
Paimon never knew you were so selfless, Baiju. Paimon always had you down as the sneaky, scheming type. Sorry.
So a few words from me is enough to dispel all your suspicions, hmm? You ought not be quite so quick to relax your guard, Paimon. Sometimes even the good guys have their own private agenda.
What the... Okay, that was the most suspicious sounding thing you've ever said.
Let's leave the idle chatter there for now, hmm? Jiangli has lived in this house for many years. There must be something here that can shed a little light on this whole situation. Let's split up, but if anyone finds anything, we'll examine it together.
More quickly Ayu grows up, the sooner can leave? Many years. Some roof tiles broke. Mom and I tried to get up and take a look, but we didn't manage. Luckily, Dad was able to fix them in no time. Dinner table was a bit wobbly today. Tried to fix it, ended up breaking one of the legs by accident. Forgetting things again.
Traveler, Paimon, come quick!
What is this?
Changsheng and I found a hidden compartment. This is what was hidden inside.
God remains?
Huh. You sense it too? You're right. This is a poison concocted using god remains.
Is it? Breathing? Paimon's not seeing things, is she?
No, your eyes do not deceive you. I do believe the poison in this bottle is alive.
Alive?
Some toxins act a lot like living organisms. I read about this once in the Origins and Symptoms of Diseases. This ancient class of poisons consists of mother and minor loads, capable of sustaining a connection over vast distances. If it's a concoction of this kind we're dealing with, then both the poison in Jialiang's system and this one here are likely minor loads. Offshoots, essentially.
Oh boy. Please don't hit us, lightning.
Offshoots? So, the main body is somewhere else?
Correct. Whoever is administering the poison can manipulate the source to indirectly control the poisoned individual's behavior and even cognition. Similarly, the poisoned individual will hear, to a varying extent, the call of the source.
The call of the... Wait. So, back when Jialiang ran off, maybe that explains where he was heading!
He was going back towards Chinksa village.
Only one thing could have been drawing him there. The source of the god remains used as the poison's key ingredient, the mother lode.
This is getting crazier and crazier. What kind of person would do all this just to poison Jialiang?
Yeah.
Hey, why has everyone gone quiet all of a sudden?
Since
this poison was carefully hidden away in a secret compartment. The one who concocted it is likely a resident of the house.
Wait.
You mean Jialiang? Why would he poison himself? Think a little harder, Paimon. Someone else who lives here, and who might have expertise in crafting drugs.
Why would What's-Her-Face poison her husband?
Huh? So you're saying... it was Jiang Li? Wait, but that doesn't make any sense either. Why would she poison her own husband?
I agree. It makes little sense. Jiang Li does not strike me as the kind of person who would do such a thing.
Look at the facts, though. How many people in the entirety of Liyue have the ability to concoct a poison from god remains?
It's too early to draw any conclusions. We should question Jia Liang about it once he has made more progress in his recovery.
Do you know of a method to neutralize the poison?
Yes. According to the origins and symptoms of diseases, the minor loads will disappear if the mother load is purged.
Wow, we gotta get rid of the original.
So if we can find and destroy the source of these god remains, the poison will leave Jialiang's system without the need for any further treatment. Do you know anything about god remains in Qingsa village?
Only the rumors.
Even the history books have no record of this. The only ones who'll know anything are those old fogies who have been hanging around here since the beginning of time. Didn't you used to be on good terms with the Adepti, though? You sure they didn't tell you anything about this? Well,
Changsheng's memories and powers are not what they were in her prime. These days, she has to enter a contract with a mortal and share their life force just to sustain her own life. I fear that such ancient events are long gone from her memory by now.
Alright, let's go find Zhang Li. Maybe he remembers.
Whoa, what? Enter a contract? Share life force? Sounds like some pretty spooky sorcery if you ask Paimon. Hey, plenty of people would jump at the chance to join forces with a powerful being like me. With my assistance in rebalancing your chi, not only can you extend your lifespan, but you will also be stronger, healthier, and able to eat whatever you like with no risk of upsetting your stomach. Stronger and healthier? Wow, that's amazing! Baiju, maybe when you retire, you can let Paimon sign a contract with Changsheng for a few days.
Of course.
Unfortunately, Changsheng's contract has strict requirements regarding the host's temperament. None of her hosts have ever been exempted from these rules. I fear that I will be unable to accommodate your wishes, Paimon.
How unfortunate.
Temperament? Hey! What are you trying to say? Did you just subtly insult Paimon to her face?
Strange. Baiju has a weak constitution. And didn't his master pass away at an early age?
Ugh! Paimon's mad! You're getting ugly nicknames, both of you! Baiju, you're... Mannequin Man! Changsheng, you're just... a pain in the neck! This is exactly why your natural temperament makes you woefully unsuited to being my host.
All right, everybody, calm down. Back to the matter at hand. Is there any way at all for us to seek counsel from the Adepti about this?
They'll talk to us.
With how antisocial they are, if it were up to them, they'd go their whole lives without showing their faces to the common folk.
I do have someone that I can call.
What?
Seems you're as well connected as they say, traveler. We are truly fortunate to have you on our side.
Yeah, let's go. Let's dial up Zhang Li.
Oh, if you're talking about who Paimon thinks you're talking about, you better do the honors.
Shall? Damn.
You called?
It's like frickin' Batman.
Gets Paimon every time. Aren't all Adepti in the habit of materializing out of thin air like this?
Well, this is unexpected.
Huh? It's you.
Baiju of Boo Pharmacy. I do believe I've had the pleasure before. The Lantern Rite, when we met briefly, I was unaware of your true identity. I must apologize for the discourtesy.
Huh? You two already know each other?
Our paths have crossed once before. I sense the presence of evil spirits. Is this why you called me?
Let me explain.
So someone has been concocting demonic poison. Too often, fervent desires drive mortals to abandon all regard for their own safety. It is lamentable. I now know what you seek. It is true that a god's remains are buried beneath the foundations of Chinxa village. A vile monster known as the Ch once wrought havoc over this land, before it was subdued by Rex Lapis.
Can he do something about it again?
The land was finally cleansed of poison when Rex Lapis used statues in his likeness to seal the serpent's remains. Chinxa village was founded some time after that. The seal is still mostly intact. If the Ch is the source, then it must be some of its blood leaking from deep underground. However, its aura is faint and barely detectable. You will need to investigate further to identify the location of the leak.
I see.
I do not like to intervene against mortals unless absolutely necessary. But when demonic forces are involved, things can spiral out of control. If that happens, be sure to call my name again.
I will.
Nothing. I do not wish to sway decisions that are mortals to make, but immortality may not be the blessing that you imagine it to be.
I shall treasure your words of instruction, Master Adeptus.
Farewell.
Whoosh. And there he goes.
What a strange Adeptus. Rather different from the way I remember them. That's Shell for ya! And thanks to him, we finally got some concrete info to go off of.
If the god remains are leaking from underground, Jiangli must be paying a visit to a subterranean cave on her herb-gathering trips. If we can find the cave...
Master, there's a problem.
Did he run all the way here? Damn.
Gwei? Did you run all the way from Boo Boo Pharmacy?
Sign up for the next Liyue Marathon. You'll do well.
What happened? Don't panic. Just catch your breath and tell me everything.
It's Jiaoliang. He was fine one minute, and then he suddenly took a turn for the worse.
Already? How? Based on past experience, he should have been fine for the next 3 days at least.
It seems that my worst fears have been confirmed. Everyone, back to Boo Boo Pharmacy now.
Come on. Go.
The sky is clearing up, and so is my mood. I just hope no one shows up to bother me. If they do, I'll just make them disappear.
Alright, well, enough of that and start running. You have the longest legs in the group right now.
Dad! What's wrong? Dad?
Don't be scared. Dr. Baishu will be back soon.
How is he doing?
Dr. Baishu, you're back! My dad was doing fine earlier, but then he suddenly started coughing up blood. Now he can't even get a full word out anymore.
When Gui left, he was still conscious. But now...
Gui, please take Jialiang to the back room and prepare for treatment.
Yes, of course.
Don't worry, Ayu. I will cure your father.
Baiju's not gonna use Changsheng's secret art again, is he? Is there really no other way to save Jialiang? Oh, please don't worry. Dr. Baizhu will find a way.
But...
He doesn't look like the regular NPC boys, does he? Alright, hang on. Let's look at him. Alright, pretty sure there's some kids out here.
But I don't want to. It tastes gross.
Girl. He does feel a little bit different. Alright. He does look a little bit different, I'll give you that. Oh?
How are you feeling, Dad? Are you still hurting anywhere? You're not gonna suddenly collapse again, are you?
Much better, Ayu. I'm feeling much better. In fact, I can't explain it, but somehow I feel even better than usual. Wait, where's Dr. Baizhu? I still haven't had a chance to thank him. Seems he moved me here before I came to.
Master said he needed to take a quick rest and asked me to bring you out of the treatment room. He hasn't emerged yet, so he must still be resting.
Alright, we gotta go to Inazuma and get Kokomi.
Oh, really? Well, he must be tired from treating me for 2 nights in a row. I don't know how I can begin to repay him for saving my life. I'll have to discuss it properly with Jiang Li once we find her. Speaking of which, has there been any word of her whereabouts yet?
No, the Adventurers Guild hasn't gotten back to me yet. I'll go check with them again in a bit.
I'll come with...
Don't forget what Master said. You're still not out of the woods yet, Jialiang. I strongly suggest that you stay and rest at Boo Boo Pharmacy for now. I can accompany Ayu to the Adventurers Guild.
I suppose you're right. I'll have to rely on you this time. Though, on the bright side, this means I can thank Dr. Baizhu in person once he's finished resting.
Traveler, Baizhu hasn't shown his face ever since he went in to treat Jialiang again. Do you think he...
Let's go check up on him.
Huh? Hey, wait up!
Okay. Loading. Where? Oh, here we are.
You're finally awake? That was far too risky. Even with me here to help you balance your chi.
Hey you, you're finally awake. Trying to cross the border, right?
There was no time. I had no other choice. In any case, it was not completely without benefit to myself. I managed to learn something. Jiang Li's design is quite brilliant. She makes numerous innovations that I can learn from. Alas, if only there wasn't a catch.
So, how much longer do you think Baishu's gonna nap for?
They've been outside waiting for you the whole time while you were asleep. Shall we at least go and show our faces?
All right.
Surely he hasn't. There's no way he could have just...
Who's talking behind our backs again?
Ah! Baishu! Changsheng!
Both of you okay?
Of course. There's no need to be concerned. I merely had to transfer a rather large amount of life force on this occasion. But, with Changsheng's help, I will recover in time.
Jialiang seemed fine yesterday. Why did he need more life-saving treatment again so soon?
I made an error in my initial diagnosis. Jialiang is in fact suffering from more than one ailment. And as a result, his life force depleted at a greater rate than I had anticipated.
What? You mean, even if you got all the poison out of him, he'd still be sick?
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yes. But more pertinently, the poison in Jialiang's system is there precisely because it is being used to manage his underlying medical condition.
What?
Jialiang has a rare congenital heart condition, and ongoing treatment is essential to maintaining healthy functioning of his heart meridian. Left untreated, it puts the patient at risk of coughing up blood and fainting, and in the longer term, causes irreversible damage to the internal organs.
Oh, Okay, I have an idea of what might be going on. Jiangli is not poisoning her husband, but rather using the god remains to treat this heart condition, so to speak. Like, it's keeping him alive, but it has side effects, namely the forgetfulness.
Though it was created from god remains, this formula is not a poison in Jialiang's case. Rather, it's his medication.
Oh.
Had he not taken it all these years, he likely would have died a long time ago.
So that's why she did it.
Still, using poison to treat a disease is hardly a viable long-term solution. As time passed, and the poison accumulated in his system, it began to impact his cognition. Moreover, the longer he relied upon this medicine, the more resistant his body became to it. Jiangli had to concoct ever greater quantities to ensure its continued efficacy, or he could have still perished at any moment.
That explains why Ayu said his dad has been getting worse, and why his mom went off to gather herbs.
Okay. Everything's falling into place.
God remains are extremely dangerous to be around, because humans have no natural defense against them. I shudder to think how many times Jiangli has exposed herself to them.
Oh.
I fear that the situation is just as that Adeptus described. In an effort to save Jialiang's life, Jiangli has abandoned all regard for her own safety.
I never suspected that even Jiangli would turn to the same path as so many others over the years. Perhaps this is the inevitable course of fate. To sacrifice one's own life to save others. To go beyond human means in order to do the impossible, whatever the cost may be.
Fate?
Well, I think that it's too early to say with any certainty what fate has in mind. In any case, I have stabilized Jialiang's condition for now, so our immediate priority should be to get ourselves back to Qingce village and find out where Jiangli is. Her regular exposure to god remains over such a long period will have been catastrophic for her health. And given that she's already been missing for several days, I am fearing the worst.
Who's that?
It's me, Traveler, Dr. Baiju.
He heard the entire thing, didn't he?
It's Jill Young! Don't tell Paimon you overheard everything already.
Dr. Baiju, please let me come with you. You've already done so much for my family. I can no longer just sit here and watch while you put yourself at risk for Jiangli's sake. After all, if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have had to put herself in harm's way in the first place. I know I won't be of much help in battle, but at the very least, I can show you the way. I'm sure I'll be able to remember. I know there's a spot where she says goodbye to me every time she goes to gather her herbs. I'm sure I'll remember. I have to remember.
BRB? Alright, you take care of whatever you need to. All of you, remember to hydrate. I demand it.
Be careful. If you get too agitated, your blood pressure and stress levels will rise, putting further pressure on your heart. For your own safety, you should stay here and rest.
No! We're out of time! We have to go now. Right now. Before I forget everything again.
This trip will be extremely dangerous, and there is a very real possibility that you will not return from it. Are you sure you're prepared for that?
I never expected to live this long in the first place. My death is already long overdue, so why should I fear it? There's only one thing I fear now, and that's that I'll forget her again before we manage to find her.
And of course, lurking in the background.
Very well. Then follow me.
Yeah. Just chilling out in the steps.
Dr. Baiju, are you heading out again?
Yes. This could be a long one. Could you please prepare a dose of the usual formula? Please add an extra measure of mistgrass pollen and 1 dose each of the ingredients from the 3rd and 5th compartments of my medicine cabinet. I hope it works.
Dr. Baiju, do you mean...
Oh, I never realized her vision was in her hat.
Hop to it now. And remember to be careful with the cauldron this time. You don't want to burn yourself again.
Okay.
Hang on, is she still lurking back there? Let's see, we're standing right about here. Outside the door. Oh wait, I never bothered to check. Back at the house, Xiao might still have been lurking around somewhere. She's still here.
Everyone, please be careful.
Alright. Return to the house. Why is Chi-Chi less pale than Rosaria? No idea.
strange feeling is back. It's just like the day I went missing. It's as if something inside me is trying to guide me somewhere.
The Motherlode's influence is growing stronger. But is it because we're getting closer to the source? Or because the leakage of Che blood is growing more severe? Jialiang, can you sense which direction the source is in?
I think it's this way. Yes, I'm sure of it. I feel a dull ache in my heart. This must be the way. This place feels familiar.
Oh, here.
I think I've been here before.
I just noticed.
There is an inauspicious presence here. Even I can sense it.
I think I remember this place.
Jialiang, are you okay? Maybe you should rest here while we continue the search.
No, I have to keep going. Jiangli
Oh.
is still waiting for me.
There he is. There he is, standing in the distance. Shao.
Then let's hurry.
Hang on, is he still up there? Wait, which angle were we looking at? There he is. Hang on, I want to go talk to him first. You stay right there. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. There he is. Hey.
From the looks of it, you've already tracked down the location of the source?
We've made some progress.
Really? That's good to hear.
Have you been standing guard here this entire time?
I cannot simply look the other way when evil spirits are involved. In any case, the evil presence here is growing stronger. I can sense it. Whatever you're planning to do, make it quick. If you leave it too long, and I am compelled to intervene, things may not turn out the way you wish.
Okay, recommended party, level 61. Recommended elements, Dendro and Geo. Okay, nothing to... Okay. I assume we're gonna get Baiju as a trial character, so... Could go for a Bloom team. Or I could go for the usual Aggravate team. Alright, let's have fun with Bloom.
This place gives Paimon the creeps. Who knows what we're gonna find up ahead? The digging marks here appear amateur and rather old. I suspect it is a thieves' tunnel. A thieves' tunnel? Paimon has heard rumors about treasure around these parts before. Maybe it was the treasure hoarders that dug this tunnel.
Judging by the tools they left behind, it's certainly a possibility. But why did they abandon this place without even stopping to pack up their tools?
They all died.
I remember now. She took me here once and told me that she'd found a way to save me in this cave. But she said that the method would cause me to, curses. Why can't I remember what she said?
They replaced the Baiju on your team with the trial Baiju? You were so confused about the different stats for the first 2 minutes.
Easy, Jialiang. Come on, let's keep going. A bitter pill to swallow.
Oops, nope, wrong one.
Mind the side effects.
Oh.
Whoa, there's a sensor here. Those treasure hoarders sure made themselves at home.
The burn marks on the inside are still fresh. I don't think this was left here by treasure hoarders.
I believe this sensor was used to burn a monster-repelling incense.
A monster-repelling incense? You sure? 'Cause we did run into that group of monsters just now.
Yeah.
The incense was burned several days ago. If I had to guess, the monsters we fought just now were enticed here by some entity deeper inside the cave.
Alright, looks like we gotta do a lot more punching.
No doubt an encounter with the very same entity was what prompted the treasure hoarders to flee and abandon their designs on this cave. After them, Jiang Li was the next person to discover this place and what lies inside. But to her, it presented an opportunity to save Jia Liang's life, albeit as a last resort.
That's right. This sensor, it belongs to Jiang Li. Yes, this was the place. This is where I told Jiang Li to give me the poison.
He asked?
I'm fine. Let's keep going. I can feel it. She is right below us, waiting for me.
Okay, where's the lever? Or is this an automatic door? Oh. Okay, I just needed to walk up to it.
I can feel it. We're getting close. We're almost there. It's right up ahead. The place where we made a pact together to...
Oh boy, puzzle time. Oh, okay.
We can keep going now.
From the looks of it, the energy released by this mechanism can not only clear barriers, but also be conducted by corresponding mechanisms. Perhaps it's something we can make use of.
Oh, okay. Ah, that was just a tutorial for this one. Wait, what are these rocks? Doesn't look like they hurt you.
here, and it looks like they're connected to something. Shall we follow it and see where it takes us?
Oh, just a chest. I start dashing and he just starts popping up his lungs.
Protect you with all my strength.
Wait, no. The heat is 3.
I see everything. With all my strength.
Mechanic? Oh! Ah! I see now. Okay, we use it here. Huh? Oh, wait. Oh, I know what to do, I know what to do. Okay, push this one over here and then activate it. Alright, hopefully it'll reach. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It's not doing too good. Ah, big guy. Alright.
Zhongli!
Look out! There's a monster next to her!
The god remains must have lured them here. Watch my back.
Everyone hold hands!
Burn! Suck it!
Dr. Baiju, how serious is it? Is she...
I can still feel a pulse, but her condition is quite grave. The god remains here are encroaching on her cognition, much as the poison in your system did to you. If we don't eliminate it soon, then even if we save her life, I fear that she may never wake up again.
Welcome back, Michael. Yeah, so we fought some monsters, solved the puzzle, and then we found this.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's destroy the remains right away!
Don't forget, if we do destroy it, Paimon, then the quote-unquote poison in his system will disappear. That means he will die.
It's not as simple as that. Don't you remember what Baiju said? The poison within Jialiang's body is inextricably linked to the god remains here. If the source is purged, the poison in his system will stop having any effect. And the poison within Jialiang's body is keeping his heart condition under control. So, if it stops working...
He's gonna die.
Oh no. Are you saying...
Indeed. If the god remains here are purged, then your life will come to an end.
I wondered when this day might come.
Wait! But we've all been working our butts off to save Jialiang's life! After all that, we can't just give up on him!
Unless he wants to become a zombie.
Baiju, you're a great doctor! Surely you gotta know of some other way we can save him, right?
You could continue to take the poison, which would buy you some time. As for Jiang Li, maybe if we put our heads together, we can think of something?
It appears to me that she was striving to concoct her medicine for you, right up until the moment when she lost consciousness. Maybe it's her greatest wish that you will continue to take it and live.
Alright. You get some rest, Angelic. Good night. Oh, thanks for stopping by. Hope you had fun. I know I did. But yeah, you go rest up. We all know how much of an insomniac you are. But yeah, have a good one.
Dr. Baiju, give it to me straight. How long does Jiang Li have?
The god remains have reached her internal organs. Under ordinary circumstances, I would give her less than 3 days. But if I were to treat her using a secret art...
You can't be thinking about that again.
But what would be the point of that? Dr. Baiju, I'm all too aware of the dangers of god remains. You are not the first to mention it to me. If I continue to sustain my own life using this wretched substance, not only would Jiang Li have to keep risking her life to make my medicine for me, but I would have to live with the looming threat of these remains breaking out and wreaking havoc not just upon me, but my entire family. I know for a fact that I should have died over a decade ago. The fact that I've been around to see how you grow up is already a great blessing from Rex Lapis.
Him? He didn't do shit.
If my choice can bring Jiang Li back, then even if I die...
Jialiang...
After cheating death for so long, it seems I've grown somewhat addicted to life. Traveler, Dr. Baiju, could I have another minute with my wife? I just want to have one final moment together. Just a moment, that's all.
Of course.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm sorry that I won't be able to repay your kindness in this life.
Jialiang... Baiju, Changsheng... Is there really nothing else you can do?
I am sure that over the years, Jiang Li will have tried all the conventional methods known to humankind. As for less conventional methods, I have little expertise besides Changsheng's secret art.
Mortals are fated to grow old and pass on when their natural lifespan runs out. If it were so easy to combat the natural processes of aging and death, Jiang Li would not have had to resort to unnatural methods. What a crazy situation! Jiang Li risked it all to save Jialiang's life, and now Jialiang has to sacrifice himself to save Jiang Li! What's the point of it all?
All we can do right now is honor Jia Liang's decision and bear witness.
I've seen many final farewells in my time, but I can never get used to it.
In the human realm, all things must come to an end. Is it not a fitting end to die for a worthy cause? At least, that's what generations of masters before you have always believed.
The path they chose was indeed a heroic one. But when I think of those who would willingly sacrifice themselves for others, I cannot help but think that theirs are the lives least deserving of death.
When all this began, we agreed that once Ayu was old enough to help you gather herbs, it would be time for me to go. If you could only see him now. He took me all the way to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. And he even got the Adventurers Guild to search for you. So, I know that you'll both be okay without me. I've said my goodbyes. My time has come. Do what you must.
As you wish.
Alright, so how do we destroy it? Oh, that easy?
It will eat away at both your cognition and your memories. In the end, you'll become little more than a shadow of your true self.
I'll take it. At the very least, it will allow me to stay with you and watch Ayu grow up.
Mom, something's really wrong with Dad. Don't fret, Ayu. I will gather some medicinal herbs right away. I promise you, nothing will happen to our family.
Why would these memories come to mind now?
Looks like she's awake.
The longer we live, the tighter we cling to what we have.
I don't think he can hear.
Oh, how I would love to hear your voice one last time.
Jialiang! 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 Jialiang!
Wait, what? I thought he was dead. Hang on, what's happening?
Dad, are you awake?
I thought he was dead.
Zhongli, are you? Didn't I... Huh? What are these?
How does it feel to come back to life?
Come
Do
back?
you feel strange or different in any way? If so, could you describe it to me in detail?
Dr. Baishu, I thought that I was going to...
Yeah, I think we all thought he was gonna die.
Die? You did indeed.
Okay, so he is
As things
dead.
stand now, you're more akin to a zombie than a human.
Ah, so he is a zombie.
I'm a zombie?
Just like Chi-Chi.
That's right. Before we set off, I asked Chi-Chi to prepare an elixir of immortality. With its help, you have been suspended in the space between life and death. Of course, this is but a crude imitation of an Adeptus art. I don't expect it to extend your life indefinitely. Whether it will keep you alive for a few days, a few months, or a few years, I am as interested as you to find out. But, however long you have left, I believe it should be more than sufficient time for you to say your final goodbyes before departing the world in peace. I hope that Director Hu finds this arrangement to be a satisfactory one.
An elixir of immortality? How'd you cook that up? Ugh, Leave it to you to work on something like that behind my back.
It's a work in progress that hardly lives up to its name, and it would have had no effect were it not for Jialiang's iron will. In the end, I am merely a doctor. I understand very little of the great principles governing life and death and the perpetual cycle of yin and yang. All I know is that if I'm presented with a life that deserves to be saved, I will do everything in my power to save them. And even this would have counted for nothing without Director Hu's assistance. After all, did you not tell Jia Liang to show us the way before we set off for Qingce village?
Oops. And I'm busted.
Without Director Hu nudging things in the right direction, we may not have found Jiangli in time.
I knew someone was listening on that conversation.
No wonder he didn't mention the elixir back then. I thought he was being frank and transparent with me for once, but apparently not.
Director Hu told me to keep her suggestion a secret, but it seems nothing escapes Dr. Baiju's attention.
Never underestimate a serpent's sense of smell.
All I wanted was to help Jialiang find his missing wife as soon as possible, so that he could be on his way to the afterlife without any unfulfilled wishes making the journey more difficult than it needs to be. Leave it to Boo Boo Pharmacy to snatch the perfect opportunity right out of my hands at the last hurdle. Never mind. I'll just have to put it down in the books as a deferred consideration. One Chi-Chi was enough of a conundrum. The last thing I need's another one. If I'd known this was coming, I'd have whisked him off to the Wangsheng funeral parlor the moment I found him.
Chi-Chi's just hiding.
You stay away from my dad! When I grow up, I'm gonna become an even better doctor than Mom and Baiju, and cure Dad for good!
He's already dead. What can you do?
Oh, is that right? Well, you wouldn't be the first person who's tried to put Wangsheng funeral parlor out of business. If you're serious about it, you'll have your work cut out for you. Traveler, Paimon, I'll catch you all another time.
Is she finally gone? All's well that ends well. If you ask Paimon, we should probably do something to celebrate this hard-earned family reunion.
Paimon's idea of a celebration can only mean one thing.
At times like this, a grand celebratory feast is in order.
It feels like it was a whole lifetime ago when I last talked with Zhongli and Ayu around the dinner table.
Technically it was. Maybe I'll whip something too. It's been a while.
Yay! Paimon can't wait! Alright, first things first, off to the market for some fresh ingredients. Let's go!
Wait up! I'll come too!
Baiju, thank you so much for everything you've done for us.
Don't mention it, Jiangli. I was just doing my duty.
Just your duty, huh? Baiju, Changsheng, would you mind if we took this conversation outside?
Oh, wait, what? Why am I...
Now that you are part zombie, there are some rules that you need to know.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening.
First, don't forget to stretch your body regularly. Second, don't forget to...
Yes? Go on. Don't forget to...
I forgot.
Oh, here we go. Wait. Right here.
Time flies. It's been so long since we bade each other farewell in Chenyu Vale. Changsheng, you're the same as ever. You haven't changed one bit.
You, on the other hand, have changed a lot.
You're right. My younger self would have never imagined that things would one day turn out this way. Or that you'd turn out this way, Baizhu.
I just noticed he's got some like skinny ass legs.
I've taken a look at your elixir of immortality. It's not altogether dissimilar from the poison I concocted in terms of the way it functions.
I have to say, Jiangli, it was a stroke of genius to use poison to maintain life. I hope you're not too upset at me for copying your methods.
No, not at all. With your intellect, even if you'd never seen my poison, I believe you would have eventually arrived at the same approach. But I'm still impressed by how quickly you managed to gain such a thorough understanding of it. Jialiang's still only been in your care for a few days. Not just that, you even managed to improve upon the original formula. That cannot be explained by intellect alone. Baizhu, be honest with me. Did you try out some of the poison on yourself?
Huh. Told you the truth would surface sooner or later.
Wait, he did?
Life force isn't the only thing that Changsheng's contract lets you transfer between bodies, is it?
Nothing gets past you, Jiangli. You are correct. Besides life force, Changsheng's secret art also allows for the transfer of toxins and diseases. When I treated Jia Liang for the second time, I transferred some of the poison from his body into my own. Not only did this allow me to alleviate the burden on him, but it also gave me an opportunity to study its properties. There is no need to worry about any long-term consequences to my health, however. Now that the source has been destroyed, any remaining poison in me will have already dissipated.
Oh yeah, he's right.
But you took such a huge risk. If we hadn't destroyed the god's remains back there, then even you might have... What am I saying? I'm in no position to criticize you for this. The reason I left our master and went into hiding all those years ago was that he was getting old, and I didn't want him using up any more of his own life force to treat my husband.
Oh.
But in the end, how were my methods any different? I risked one life to save another, and then you tried the poison on yourself too. It looks like both of us have ended up going the same way as our master before us. Are all disciples of Chenyu Vale destined to turn out this way? To live a short life, having given away our own for the sake of others? To fight relentlessly against the natural course of life and death, whatever the cost? Maybe our fate is sealed the moment we decide to study medicine.
We are doctors, Jiangli. We ought never say that anyone's fate is sealed.
Baizhu, I can tell that, over the years, you've used the contract with Changsheng to transfer many diseases and toxins to yourself. There are so many that, some of them, I don't even recognize. Can you still stop before it's too late?
I think you know the answer, Jiangli. Every one of us from Chenyu Vale believes in the same thing.
Hey, food's ready!
Wait, where were we cooking?
Mom, come and join us.
Did we go borrow... Did we go book a restaurant
The
or something?
Traveler taught me a load of new recipes and said even Dad will be able to taste them. Come and try them out.
Oh yeah, that's right. Chi-Chi doesn't have much of a sense of taste, does she?
Yes, darling. Mom will be there in just a second. Hey, slow down. Baizhu, I know I won't be able to convince you, but please don't forget that if one day you're not around anymore, Chi-Chi, Gui, and all the friends who have grown fond of you. They will all miss you dearly.
There's no need to worry, Jiangli. I know what I'm doing.
I can only hope so.
Baiju, what did Jiang Li mean by not around anymore? Are you gonna be okay?
Also, when Changsheng was talking about fate, what did she mean exactly?
Every single mortal I've ever contracted with, including Baiju and Jiang Li's master, has passed away at a young age. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. You said that the contract with you helps people live longer.
Indeed she did.
It is a very long story.
Long ago, when plagues ravaged the land, one doctor made a pledge to rid the world of pain and suffering. But even the most ingenious mortal medicine could not stay the tide of disease. And after working tirelessly for many years, even his dearest loved ones fell sick and bade their final farewell. Legends told of an herb lord in Chenyu Vale who could cure any illness known to mankind. The doctor sought the herb lord, but found only a white snake, its breathing weak and its power all but spent.
Sign this contract and let our lives be joined. Then I will impart to you the secret art of healing. But be warned, this art will harm your own health.
With means beyond human ken, the doctor could now reverse the process of death. And yet, the time still came to say goodbye. Only now, the one departing was the doctor, his life force spent. His final act in life was to pass on the contract to his final patient, his favorite disciple. The disciple chose to dedicate their life to saving the lives of others. And generation upon generation followed in these footsteps. Since I inherited this contract, I've always respected the path taken by my predecessors, and followed it myself unquestioningly. That is, until I tried to use the art to save my own disciple's beloved. She begged me not to use up my own life force. She said that this art is a poison chalice, an evil and unnatural practice. She did not wish to sacrifice one life for the sake of another, when both were lives she treasured. Only then did it occur to me. Did I not suffer when my master passed away, just as patients' families do at their loved one's deathbed? Are not the lives cut short by this contract just as worthy of saving as any patients? What is this contract to us? Medicine or poison? Alas, I no longer have enough time left to find the answer. I entrust to your care both Changsheng and this final question. May you find a remedy for this conundrum, which has ailed us so.
Time and again, no matter how much I try to warn them or balance their chi, I can never save them. And you? What's your answer?
If I abandoned the contract and left you without a host, what would happen?
I suppose I'd spend my final moments taking a nice nap on Mount Yaojun. Then I'd be reunited with my old friends and your predecessors.
Then it's decided. If there's a life in front of me that deserves to be saved, why shouldn't I do everything within my power to save it?
One again, it's the same answer. So be it. Close your eyes. Who knows how many more people will take on this contract?
None. This contract will end with me.
My contract has strict requirements on the host's natural temperament. All my hosts have been most pure of heart.
Oh.
But when one with an altruistic nature gains access to this art, they are more seduced than the average person by the miracle of overturning the laws of life and death. Though they know better than anyone else the fate that awaits them, when faced with the sorrows of humanity and the pain of losing their nearest and dearest, they cannot help but reach beyond human means. They are like moths that throw themselves into the flame, seeking a glimmer of hope in a dark world filled with pain and suffering.
So, Baiju, does that mean...
I suppose that would make me a moth that yearns for the light, but doesn't want to be burned to a crisp. Changsheng's art can transfer pain and suffering between people, but it cannot reduce the total amount of pain in the world. It's just like we witnessed. Either Jia Liang feared for Jiang Li's life, or Jiang Li grieved over Jia Liang's sacrifice. I have nothing but the utmost respect for my predecessors, who sacrificed their lives for their principles. But I do not wish to join their ranks, nor do I wish to pass on this contract to anyone else in the future.
Huh? But didn't you already transfer a ton of diseases onto yourself?
Yeah?
What makes a poison poison? And what makes a disease a disease? When it comes down to it, are not both mechanisms that affect the operations of the human body? If disease is defined as deviation from normal functioning, then who knows? Perhaps the true elixir of immortality could in fact be a kind of poison. Many may view the notion of searching for immortality in poisons and illnesses as a flagrant violation of the natural order. But to me, it is no different from the way our ancestors tested the medicinal qualities of herbs by sampling each and every one. I don't want those who come after me to lose their lives to this contract. Nor do I wish for Chengsheng to perish from losing her host. This leaves only one solution, doesn't it?
You have to become immortal yourself.
Precisely. I will be Chengsheng's final host, and the tradition of passing down the contract will end with me.
Even the gods of old struggle to achieve true immortality. First you want to save others, then you want to save yourself. Now you even want to save me. You're getting greedy, Baiju.
Yeah, I mean, if the gods struggled with immortality, I mean, I feel like you're not gonna have much luck yourself. I mean, Zhang Li's like 6,000 plus years old. I mean, Raiden's trying to achieve this with the puppet.
But isn't wanting to have it all what makes us human? For a selfish moth like me, who's afraid of the flame yet yearns for the light, the only path forward is up towards the moon.
Huh. For once, Paimon just does not know what to say.
Dr. Baiju, Traveler, what are you still chatting about? The food's about to get cold.
He's still got all like the little seals on him.
We also have coconut milk for Changsheng and Paimon.
Okay, fine. Let's go grab some food. Paimon has a bunch of burning questions, but they can wait till after we've eaten.
Leave some grub for me.
I do envy Paimon sometimes. Eating her fill is enough to satisfy her body and mind.
True. And yet, although we call them simple pleasures, are such things as these not precisely why we mortals cling desperately to the life we have?
Ah, well, Jesus. That was something. Well. What did I forget? Oh. Is he still hanging around? No, it doesn't look like it. No, it looks like everyone's gone. Alrighty. Oh, wait. Before I end. The check-in. Always never forget the check-in. Never forget the... Okay, here we go. It wasn't working for a second. Yay. Alright, how much time left I got before the things reset? 7 hours. Alright, maybe I'll do a... Oh, hey, what do you know? Maybe I'll do a little bit more of this off stream, but for this stream, that'll be it. I think I did everything I wanted to do. Finished up the event story, did Baiju's story. And I've already been going on for over 4 hours, which is longer than usual. Alrighty. Well, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by. Hope y'all had fun. I know I did. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thank you to anyone watching the VOD. And thank you, as always, the lovely fortune tellers watching this before I stream. Yeah. I do hope I'm going to enjoy my vacation. Although, where I'm going, I'm sure to lose a lot of blood to mosquitoes. It's in, like, a tropical region. And every time I've gone there, I've always been eaten alive by mosquitoes. Alright, now let me see, let me find someone to raid. I'm curious, is anyone playing Farming Sim? What the hell? Someone here named Super Mecha Godzilla 1096192. Alright, you know what? I found someone to stream. Or to raid. Stream. Wait, hang on. Oh god, what the hell? Okay, hang on. Oh, here it is. Raid. Alright, what's their name? Davy. Davy. 2011. There we go. Start raid. Alrighty. Thanks for stopping by. Remember to take care of yourselves, hydrate, rest up, eat, and all that good jazz. And peace!